everyone. Oh, just when I think things are good to go, like the thing said, nope, I don't want it to be good to go. Hold on. Let me just, and there you are. Now look at you. You're on the screen. Look at that. And then let me get the what is it? The timer up? Yeah, where's, oh, why is it all the way over there? Hold on. Hold your horses. Move. I need you to move your location. Can you do that? I don't think it wants to, which is okay, you know, but I just needed to no, okay, hold on. If I lock that, hit that there, drag it, nope, lock that too. Lock everything in the scene but the thing I'm trying to hit. Okay, now, try. If I just, oh, if I do, okay, click that. Okay, you're good. Hi, everyone. How are you all doing? Let me go ahead and get the names. Oh boy, we have, if I scroll up here, hello, welcome in, hello. We have Frost, hello, Frost. We have Potomontum? That doesn't sound right. I can try again, but welcome in, hello. We also have on here Midjourney and oh, the notification alert, look at that. Thank you. Hold on, let me grab it because it doesn't want to do the audio anymore. That is expected. We're okay in that regard, but oh, hold on. I need to change the audio sounds. Thank you, Sanapa. Hold on, let me double check that is what I think it is. Yes. Thank you for the resubscription. And thank you for using Prime as well. So welcome into you as well. Okay, let me see. It's been a minute, not gonna lie. Let's see how development has been going, but how y'all been having. Let's see, you're one of the YouTube. Hold on, did I miss something? Scroll down a little bit. We're good. We're about to see how CEO Game Balloon's going. Hi, Agape. Hello. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. We also have in here, let's see. Is it Carlotz? Maybe? I can try again, certainly, but welcome in as well. Let's see. Your 5-minute timer is taking too long. Can't win for losing, can I? You know what? It's okay. There are kinks to be worked out, but eventually it'll work. Not at the moment, you know what? It'll work out eventually. Let's see. We have one here. I'm so excited to see your work tomorrow. I am too. The audio worked on iron. Good. Yeah. It's visually showing up now, which is good. It was having issues with specifically follower, so I'll keep an eye out for that. But I think I fixed the issue. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Let's see. Refactoring today. Hi, Muck. Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. Yep. Refactoring today. I'm hoping today or Sunday will be last of refactoring. And I'll go into it a little bit more once that timer's up. But fingers crossed, I'm hoping will be the end of it. And oh, you remember, you have a fun name to say. And it sounds like a sweet, so pretty easy to do on that regard. Let's see. And Nikki, I've never taught someone who'd say my art is nice. I do enjoy it. You've got, I believe you also have some emotes, right? I do remember, I think it was the You're Scared one, right? If I'm not mistaken. It is, yeah, it's that one. I like that one. I'm really happy it won the vote. Let's see. I love seeing some of the emotes you made. It makes me smile often. It's lovely. And oh, word, congrats. Oh, a lot of stuff has happened now, but I can say I have a job. Oh, congratulations then. Yeah, congrats. Always landing and getting secure in that sense is really good, and I'm happy to hear it. And yeah, you did that. And I believe, thank you, that means a lot. The more I read the names, the easier it is for me to remember. But it takes a second, you know, but eventually I get better. Eventually. I hope you all have had a wonderful week though. And that timer is just about up. So let me go ahead and slide some things over so I can see what I need to see. We have that guy goes up there. And then all of you go over here. Yep. And then let me bring you into the planning screen. Oh, Discord is on. Hold on. There we go. We're good. Lovely. And hi, Check. I believe I said hello to you. But if not, hi. And if so, hi again. Oh boy. Let's see. Anything else I missed? I did try making emotes and gotta say, I love my Hollow Knight bongo emote. I'd love to make like a bongo emote, like a bongo cat, if that's what you're talking about. That sounds like a lot of fun. Saying that though, today should be much of the same. The initial goal was that I'd be able to complete refactoring in September, So, as you can see, it is currently spooky month, and that has not been completed. And so, I have now put Necrotype Cafe at more of a headline in the sense of, usually in my day, I have a lot of things I want to get done, but I never have the time to get it done. So I'm going to make a resolution, maybe that's the best word, where I'm going to do my best to work on the game every morning, 1 hour, 30 minutes a day. That way, if I do have energy for the day, that's the first thing I do. That way it's guaranteed, instead of, because I tend to focus and study at night, I'm then tired at night, so I never end up doing it at night. So I'm gonna swap it around and we'll see how it goes. And what does refactor mean? Refactor means remaking it, cleaning it up. What we'll be doing is we'll be going through code and we'll be trying to either optimize it or delete it. So we're overall making it easier to use. And hi, Yuzux. Possibly, I can try again, but welcome in from YouTube side of things, and success in your life. Thank you. And let's see. I like to think it means cleaning your code, trimming functions. Yep. Overall, just cleaning your code. And night hours rise up. Agreed. So that's all we'll be doing. And since I will be taking time to do this daily now, I'm hoping this will be the last of our refactoring week, getting things done, as this month in specific, since it is spooky month, I try my best to do little events here and there. So we'll do another event around Christmas, holiday, things like that. So this is an event time, and then Christmassy time will be also another event time. So with that said, I didn't put it up on here, but I also want to just quickly say, we'll be playing lots of games, we'll be doing lots of writing, playing games, things of that nature. So if all goes well, at the end of the month, we'll be back to coding. So depending on schedules and things of that nature, depending on how long it takes me to refactor, I'm hoping today and Sunday, last time we refactor, and then the next time we work on the game, we'll be adding new stuff, which will be the ghost. So we'll have to plan the ghost, things of that nature. You know, who knows? Maybe I can even get it done before Sunday. And then we can talk about making ghosts and things of that nature. That could be a lot of fun. And let's see. Very often refactoring kind of goes off the rails, but ours is quite diligent, focused. Oh, it's very sweet, Frost. And let's see. I've heard different terms for it. Nice to learn something new. Ah, good. And I can't understand you very well because of the language difference, but here I am. Well, welcome in. I'll do my best. Well, I've been told I speak very fast, which makes it really hard to not quite understand, but if you need me to repeat something, by all means, please ask, and I can do my best if I can remember what I was saying. And let's see, ghosts for spooky month. We have drawn ghosts before, but the hope was that I finished in September. That way we could spend all of October adding ghosts to the game. But because I didn't finish refactoring, I'm gonna speedrun refactoring now to hopefully get us back up to date where I want to be. And a pumpkin with legs would be cool. We've done pumpkins recently, which is really good. We've done pumpkins, we've done ghosts recently. So hopefully all the draw togethers will be, steadies and draw togethers will be spooky one themed. That'll be a lot of fun. Saying that though, why don't we go ahead and get into things? So to do that, I need to go here, you stay where you are, and I will be right back. Yeah. And to answer your question, Jack, recently Game Chops came out with a playlist of Undertale music, or not Undertale, Deltarune music. So I added it to my piano playlist, and it's piano, which is really nice. So, saying that though, fancy seeing you all here. You know, if I had to guess, I'd say you're in some sort of office-y space, and you're about to go to a meeting of some sorts, and you know, you need to go to the elevators. You're waiting on the elevators, actually, and that's the only way you can get out of this place. There's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairs. Really, you don't have a lot of options, but it's okay, because the elevator will be here shortly. But you know, since you have some time on your hands, and since I have some time on my hands, why don't I make myself approachable, huh? So if I just, go ahead and scooch on up here, just Hi, how are ya? Oh, hello. Do I have, well, not do I do have time because you're here, and since you're here, I'd like to take a second to talk about a game I'm currently working on. It's a small game, it's a rhythm typing game, and it happens to be called Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. Oh boy. So let's see here. Hi, Con, welcome to stream. New profile picture, who dis? Welcome in. And having played the new chapters, they're really good. And hey, it's totally cool, coincidentally. Let's see, where's the exit? No exit, Frost, as I said before, no exit. And hi, Sajekam, welcome in as well. So, welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where I spend a bit of time, less than a minute, attempting to pitch my game to you. And the idea is that it gives people who maybe haven't been here before a time to get caught up. It gives people who maybe haven't been here in a second to come back in and learn what's new, what's going on, and it gives me a chance to get better at explaining my game in as few words, as little time as possible. Hence, elevator pitch. And always nice to hear to see you. Yeah, I do agree. And I was free. I thought it was free businessy stuff for the week. Sorry, how do you say it again? Saratsas, right? It is a shame, but you're back here. It's only a little bit, don't you worry. And hi, Kaylon. Is it Kylan or Kaylin? I can try again, but welcome in. I'm being sold things, and it's working. Good. So, with all of that said, if I click on that guy there, once he reaches 45 seconds, I will attempt to begin my pitch. We'll see how it goes. I unfortunately can't set the timer to anything. It has to be a whole minute. So we'll just wait here. We'll just sit here for just quite a second. And welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious wizard academy. And the idea behind the game is that not only is the cafe sim, as you're going there not because you want to be a wizard, you want to go because, well, you're going there because your family forced you there. However, you want to become a baker, a chef. So you open up a hidden cafe in the school. And by doing this, it is the cafe sim. Where does rhythm typing come into play? Well, usually in cafe games. To serve food, you have to mix ingredients together. In this game, to make food, to make spells, you have to type to the beat. Hence, you have to summon your food via magic and poetry. So the hope is that as you go along in the game, you'll unlock more spells, unlock more rhythm songs, unlock more spells overall. And that was not my best work, I'll be honest. It was, all right. I'm gonna give myself, I'd say 5 out of 10. Usually it's in the 7 range. 5 out of 10 feels appropriate here. Not bad, but certainly could have been better. I hope I did sell you, though. I'm sure I did. As you know, you're all here on your own free will, aren't you? Yeah. Well, if that is the case, if I, for some reason, didn't happen to sell you, last one is right. So Kylan, I think, right? Possibly? And 6, it wasn't bad, but it's still sold? Good. I'll take it. And let's see. I'm on that list. I'm glad to hear it, Ala. Let's see. So what I'll do is I'll hide this guy here. Since I'm no longer business, I'll bring out my programming associate, Bobby, here. And since, if I didn't happen to sell you, why don't I give you a little bit of a flavor and hope the pitch sounds spooky enough? Click! 10 out of 10. I'll take it. Let's see. What I can do is if I do exclamation NECROTYPE, here we are. You can currently play the prototype on itch. So if you want to get a taste, and I'll show you as well. But right now, the prototype is on. And the goal is that today and on Sunday, we'll be cleaning up the code of the game. So we're just cleaning things up. Once we finish cleaning up the game, then we'll add more features to it, as the game is far from finished. And the hope is that once the prototype's finished, we'll make the demo of the game, and then it'll be released out on Steam. So a lot of turning cogs here, but if you have any questions, I can happily answer, and I'll do my best to be as clear as possible as well. So let me go ahead and bring you into Obsidian, like so. Sitting here. Let's see, how does the draw together work? Zdrenner, if you stay a little, let's see, let me scroll up a little bit. It's spooky themed, spoopy themed. It's good, yep. Let's see, only cool people hang out here. How sweet, thank you. Let's see. Let me make sure the music's good to go there. Lovely, lovely. And let's see. And we all get on a website where we have to pixel pencil. They just keep spinning the wheel, giving us topics. The community decides. Yep, that's just about it. Every 20 minutes, the thing changes. And are you done with your stream partner verification? What is that, Con? If you mind me asking. Do you mean the thing with the emotes, or is it something different? Let me go ahead and let me set it to this guy here. And if I click on run game here, oh God, there is something I definitely have to message you about. Oh, I'm lagging. Help! SOS! That's not good. Am I good? Am I alive? Okay, I think we're good. Oh boy. There's a bug I currently can't figure out due to calibration, so I'm gonna have to remember to message you afterwards, as it was the initial bug. It's back. I know what the issue is. I just don't know how to fix it quite. So I definitely will have to reach out. And sounds great. Tomorrow at what time? I stream from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. So you'll be able to participate if you come tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. And let's see. Let me go ahead and make this guy bigger. Music should be good to go. I go ahead and show this guy here. Hide this guy here. That's good. Let me make sure the audio is audioing. It is not. There we are. Music good to go? I hope so. It should be crystal clear now. Lovely. And with all of that said, let me go ahead and show you what the game currently has to offer. And did I miss anything as well? We go like 5 to 10 rounds of this and eventually end up with a whole screen of art. Yep. And so 7 p.m. for me. Oh, is that too late or is it too early? Let's see. I'll click on calibration here, and all I have to do is just click space when start. 1 p.m. EST. So you have to do a little bit of translation when it comes to time zones. And 1 p.m. Yep, EST. Let me go ahead and click start here. Space, 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 space. Calibration is complete. Let me also turn this down just a smidge. And a bit too late, I'm French, I see. I'm hoping when daylight savings come, it'll be a little bit better, because I think it switches to being an hour earlier or an hour later. But I'd love to try streaming as well as, some other times too. But right now, it's 3 days of the week, so Friday to Sunday, 1 to 5 p.m. EST. But hopefully, I wouldn't be able to do early. I am, as I said, night owl, so waking up early. Ooh. Not too nice. And I just got back from drinking tea. What I miss? And, we didn't miss not much. We're going over the tutorial of the game. And if you'd like to play it, !NECROTYPE. There you go. Or you could just look at your clock. Oh yeah, technically it is 1:21 for me right now. And I'll still try to be there. Oh, well, I do appreciate it, Zedrunner. I do. It's always fun to see familiar faces and new names come into play. Alrighty, well, let's see. If I move around here with my arrow key, so I click on this guy here, and I move the mouse down there. And I mean, this time would be all right with me. I would be done with work at a later time. Oh, good. I'm excited. I move around here. You can see the customer appears, and I use the arrow keys to move around. From there, I can go ahead and use E on a customer to interact with them, and the customer will find a seat to figure out where they want to eat, and they'll think about it for a little bit. So we follow the customer over to where they're thinking, and then their hand is raised so we can go ahead and take their order, and if it holds in space, you can see there is a book. There's a few symbols here and colors and things of that nature, so let's talk about them. If I go over to here, this is the other area. So the left area was a cafe, this is the kitchen where we spellcast and do the rhythm typing. If I go over to a bookshelf, you can see there's different colors here, and the idea is that, hold on, apparently enter, or at least in this, screen? Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind, the exit. The idea is that each flavor is associated with the wizard type. So for example, I'm a necromancer, so I wear purple. And if I go down here, you can see purple, and purple stands for bitter. Another color is pink, and pink stands for sweet. And the wizard associated with it is called a Medimancer. They were the healer wizards of the world. So the hope is that as weeks go on, you'll unlock more flavors, which unlocks more wizard customers and classes, and it should be hopefully a lot of fun. And remind me to draw suit ears. The spookiest thing of all, jobs. So let's see here. I can grab 2 flavors together, sweet and bitter. And what's fun about the game is that you can also combine just bitter or sweet. You can have different profiles you can match together. And let's see. I did read that. Good. Lovely. I can go up here then, and you can see there is a cake. So you mix 2 flavors together and a product. So 2 of these guys, 1 of these guys, and then it allows you to spellcast if you hold down Q. So let me go ahead and hold that guy down, and it should give us a tutorial of spellcasting. So the idea is that once these letters reach the white circle, you can type them. And if I click on this guy here, once this bar fills up, the spell is complete. And if this bar fills up, the spell fails because you missed too many things. And let me just double check to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yep, we're good. Okay, lovely. So when I click close, the game will start. So let's give it a try, shall we? Let's see. W-I-T-H space T-H-R-E-A-D-S space O-F space T-W-I-L-I-G-H T space A-N-D space G-O-A-T-S K-I-N I-O-L-E-N-T-U. Almost done. I think it's a magic table. S-O-C-K-S, comma. It is a spellcasting table. It's a magical table in the sense I can grab this stuff and look, it hovers a little bit. This is you can consider it maybe more of a ritual table. You put things down on the what is it? Totems, I think? Possibly. Totems or totems. And yeah, there's no stove here. You just put things on in an area, kind of like a ritual circle. And is there a soundtrack? Yep, there is a soundtrack. Can we make covers? If you certainly like. One time, I think it was either last month or the month before it, I held a music jam where people of the community were able to come together and submit ideas for different wizard classes and songs and flavors. And we have some winners. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Get hyped for type or something. I don't know what's happening, but I saw typing. Well, welcome in. Hello. And been a long time since I saw this. Looking good. Thank you. And also the character outfit is cute. Thank you as well. And she's brewing. Hi, Tord. Welcome in this stream. Welcome in. And sorry I had to step out for a tad. Did you get to the community art yet? Yep. We talked about it, Frost, and you also explained. So thank you for that one as well. So now that I have my bittersweet cake, I can go up to the customer and give it to them. And the customer will eat said cake. Then once they're done, they'll wipe their mouth, and then they'll be on their merry way. There is more to be added to this game, such as what I mentioned before, Ghost, which you'll have to get rid of and banish. But for now, that is the core part of the game. So what we'll be doing today is we'll be cleaning up some of the code in the game, and we'll also be doing this Sunday. And then hopefully after that is when cleaning will be done, and then we can get to the fun part of adding new things and breaking the game and adding more bugs again. Fingers crossed, but we'll see. Let me go ahead and back to here. And yep, all the music you hear currently in the game is made by moi. However, as I said before with the music jam, there'll be 3 songs I didn't make and that were made by all of you. And cleaning out a Friday? Who are you? Well, I'll have you know, Torn, I do enjoy good refactoring. You know, I don't like bug fixing, but I do like refactoring. It's relaxing for me. And do the ghosts try to eat the food? The ghosts are given ghost food, so they're able to eat it. The flavor associated with ghost is a memory, so you'll be able to give them sweet memory flavored food, bitter memory food, and that'll be the idea behind what makes the ghosts different from the customers. And if ghosts are in the game, they'll prohibit you from doing certain things, or for example, customers will get scared of the ghosts, so you'll have to banish them. The main character, Gabriella, she too is afraid of ghosts, so she'll be a little bit debuffed. But if you banish the ghost, you should get rewards, but we haven't gotten to any of that yet because I've written it down, but nothing is set in stone yet. And it's Spooky Month. She can get away with sick activities. Beware. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and mute you here. Let's see if I do that there. And then I go to you here. Make sure Spotify's good to go. Click on you there. Lovely. And then if I hide this guy and show you here. Yep. And hi, Dirk. Welcome to stream. Hi, Eris. Hey, chat. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. I'm loving the new profile pic, by the way. Well, thank you. You know, it's pretty spooky themed. I am getting the spooky month feeling, so I'm glad you enjoy it. And I'll show you. As I think a tricky thing is, and I have been working on this game since last August, and it is the second game I've ever made. And the first game I ever made was made in 24 hours, but not in a day. Anytime I worked on the game, I had a stopwatch going. So I had 24 hours to work on it, but I could do it. I could spread that 24 hours across as many days as I wanted. And Spooky Month time! I don't think a few of you were here for the start screen, so well, let me just show you this. I also just realized that's not the Spooky Month dance. I swapped it out, so I take it back. You saw nothing. Next time will be the spooky month, and there's an evil of this. Let's see. And time for me to do dark. Oh my. Saying that, I wanted to talk about how I've been refactoring. And 24 hours is still a day just in bits. Yep, just in bits. But I didn't have a whole day to complete it. Just in bits. And didn't even notice the new profile pic. For a second, I thought you put bananas. Disgusting! Disgusting, I say. They're little ghost stars. Okay, let me bring you over to programming to explain things a little bit better. And oh, wait, and oh, hold on, Godot. There we are. So, my game is sectioned off into 3 different folders. We have the cafe, where you have the cafe sim. We then have the rhythm typing, which is all in kitchen. And then we have the common folder, which is more so the global folders. And given your style and given your you, I imagine this will be at least equal parts cute and some way spooky, yes? Exactly. Yep. You know, I don't like scary, but I like spooky. That's why I enjoy Spooky Month. And it doesn't have to be thriller and gore and horror. It could just be silly little ghost doing a little dance, a little jam, and it's adorable. And I thought they were golden bungees. That's okay. I'm still learning with pixel art, so I certainly understand. And wait, does that imply the stars are normally alive? Are they sentient? Lord. And let's see here, neatest code ever. Thank you. And I've been debating on how possible it is to make something weird in 2D pixels versus 3D. I kind of feel like 3D is more immersive, but apparently audio makes, yep, audio visuals. Well, you talked about visuals, but yeah, using all the different senses can definitely enhance or change the theme of the player. And I thought it was cheese. Oh boy. What you'll see is that it is sectioned off into 3 different folders, right? And hi, Clone. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I need to add a command for Lurk. But welcome in. It's nice to see your name. If I open up here our cafe folder, you'll be able to see it's a lot of folders. And the reason I've done it this way is because it gets overwhelming to look at everything in the game very quickly. So by separating the game into different functions, because it is a rhythm typing cafe game, we have the cafe, we have the rhythm typing, and anything that needs to be global or just in the game itself that doesn't relate to either of these two. What we've done is we've completely gone through this folder here, and we've gone bit by bit through all of these guys, which is why I said it gets big very fast. But if you look at the surface level, there's only 3 things to do. And what we've done already is we've completed the cafe, and right now what we're doing is kitchen. And look at you being organized. I do what I can. So saying all of that, let's go into kitchen here. And what I've been doing, especially yesterday and the day before that as well, and hi, Big Cat. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And folder organization. Yep. Because the game is over a year old, I want to make sure I don't get lost in the code, I don't get confused, and that's why I've been spending so much time refactoring, because before I add anything new, I want to make sure what I have currently is maintainable and smooth. Thank you. It's an attempt to be made. We've already done audio. Well, I say we, but this is relief over the last week what I've been doing. And this is why Iris gets the big bucks. Well, thank you. Some organization certainly is needed. If I go, let's see. We have done data, we've done map, we've done parser, we've done resources. The things I think that'll take a while to do are rhythm manager and screen. These are the only 2 ones I haven't touched. Once we touch these 2, that just leaves this folder here, which you can see a lot of stuff, but again, don't have to look at it. It does not exist. I simply do not see at the moment. So what we'll be doing is we either will start off with rhythm manager or screens. And you know what? Let's do screens. Screens is pretty new code. So we have four folders here. And the Air's organization is always quite wonderful to see. Thank you, Frost. So with all of that said, right, what I'll go ahead and do is I'll open up my Obsidian again. We'll go back to this guy here. And if I believe, open up this guy here, and is it Halo Noob? No, Holland Noob. Possibly? Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And hello. And don't believe the scuff. There's a smart person behind all the presentation. Glasses intensifies. You know, I'm okay with the scuff. I've learned to accept the scuff because at least an attempt was made. Maybe not the cleanest attempt, but at least I have something on paper that I can go back and do. And you can see we have the cafe done, we have different to-dos. You can ignore all of that. All we're looking at is this guy down here in our little kitchen. You can see rhythm manager and screens. And so what I'll do, and actually let me, where can I move you to? Possibly here, and then make you a little bit bigger, so I'll move you about here, that way I can edit the screen. So once I'm in screens, what I'll do is I will make sub check marks. So what I'll do is I'll do cafe, I'll do, let's see, flavor, description, FLA, flavor, FLAVOR, DESCRIPTION, box. Let's go down a little bit more, there we are, and then I'll subtract you, and we'll just list the folders. So we have select, and then we also have spell casting. Once that's done, then we'll go into cafe screen, and I'll go ahead and hit tab on here. And now, and as I'm looking at this as well, the cafe, right, as we said before, cafe stuff should not be in kitchen stuff. So this might be something to deal with in common. And hi, Nita, welcome in the stream, welcome in. And let's see, I did read that, good. And brother, just listening to you and tabbing in and out makes me want to open Godot, good. My hope is that, more people get into Godot because it's pretty neat, it's still up and coming, it's still pretty small, but hopefully a lot more people can get into game dev, as while it is painful sometimes, while it is frustrating sometimes, while I do decide, or I do think to myself, why am I here just to suffer, and while I do sometimes loathe the experience, all in all, 10 out of 10. I'd say, the ability to think of an idea. And then, for example, the other day, I wanted to add a debug tool, but the ability to, and let me hide this guy for a second, bring you into, let's see, here, and then, let's see, here. There we are. Godot's never frustrating, always clear and straightforward. It makes sense. Crazy, Doc. And true, I don't plan ever learning programming, and yet I feel smarter by looking at the work done. That's a nice way to think of it. The reason I like programming, even, for all the trials and tribulations, is because I can make a character. If I think to myself, man, I want to make a game where a character can move around, I can do it. I can do all the things. If I want to do, man, I want to make a cafe sim. I want to make commands where I can spawn in things like a customer. I can have customers. I can command them. I can control them. And it's the ultimate power to be able to create things and see them brought to life. That's why I enjoy programming, for all the pain it brings. And one thing I did recently was I made a debug tool where if I take this customer's order, you can see they want a sweet cake. Because it was debugging and testing, I realized I want to have a way to make this cake without going here and adding all this stuff. So what I did is I made a tool where I can just click that guy and bam, cake spawns. And it's because I thought of it and I went through the idea of adding it. And let's see, I think the 4 months I spent working alongside people who were working on Unreal Engine, and I count my blessings whenever I see Godot and Unity. I'd love to give a try with Unreal and Unity sometime. Godot is the only engine I've ever known. So with all of that said, right, let's take, I'm thinking the screen idea should be not in kitchen. I'm thinking it should be in common because we have a screen associated with the cafe. So we're just gonna slide you up to common here, and we'll worry about it later. The following, it already exists. Hold on, common, there's already a screens guy in here. Interesting, well, you know what? That's good. We'll just move these guys to where everything else is currently located at. So I'll move this guy into whatever folder this is, and when we get there, we'll know what's going on. So for now, close it. We don't need to worry about it. And did you do full or did you go blueprints or hybrid? Oh, that's a good question. And it's quite wonderful. I do agree. I like how colorful it is. Let me go ahead and open up this guy. So no longer do we have screens. We can go ahead and remove that off our list. So I'll go ahead and I'll reopen Obsidian here, and we can go ahead and say screens, not a thing. I can just delete it. So now that's not in the folder. Last but not least is going to be our rhythm manager. So let's go ahead and take a look at that, shall we? So if I go ahead and open up rhythm manager here, we've got a few things to worry about. We have, and let's see, we have assets. We also have here key. We have key listener, key listener. We also have one here, note. We have spell casting, minigame. We also have this test 120. That might be code to be deleted. A lot of this is going to be things we can just delete, which I'm looking forward to. I want to make this code as small as possible. So I'm excited to delete a lot of things. So now that we have these top folders, we go through each one and just see what's up. Is there anything we need to delete or clean up? And that's how we do it. And hello, pumpkin girl, what's up? Welcome in. It's Rocks Read or Rocks Red. And please correct me on it, but welcome in. What's up? The sky. welcome in. And to be honest, Godot isn't worth the worst thing to do or get into. Better than urban forms or tennis. What's wrong with tennis? You know, once upon a time, I wanted to be a tennis player. I never actually went, you know, to do the thing, but tennis sounded fun in the moment, and then I realized I don't want to do that. What I'll go ahead and do is let's start off by looking at assets. And I look up, and there's no sky. I see a ceiling. I have been lied to. Well, Frost, maybe you just need X-ray vision, all right. So what we have in assets is we have bit potions, which was a font I tried to use before, and that's another thing as well. Everything you see in the game currently. Oh, that worked. Hold on, let me grab the name. It doesn't do the voice anymore because of the pack I got, but I can at least know that that's working. So thank you to Kaito. Is it Shion? Possibly. I can try again. Thank you for this description. Look them in. I'm happy to see the notifications are working. And Eris uses obsidian. I do indeed. And the eldritch creature assumes we all have X-ray vision. Failed yet again. Oh boy. And I see the other name is going to pop up. That's what I want to make sure on. But thank you in advance. Was it Kaylon or was it Kaylin? I feel like it was Kaylon. Thank you for the follow. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. It's gonna take me a second. And let's see, Kaito Voikaluna. I don't know. Better question. What didn't you want to be as a kid? Good question. You know why I went through firefighter, scientist. Well, you know what? Yeah, those were the main two. Those were the main two. Saying that, I wanted to say the UI, the look of everything, the color of everything is subject to change because this is a prototype. So I have a lot of just text I've tried out and thought to myself, man, is this the text I want to go with? You can see the whole queue, it's different. We have colors going on here. So the hope is that eventually everything will line up, everything will be the same words, colors, theme. So Bit Potions is an old one. We can go ahead and get rid of it. And sounds like Lynn. I see Lynn. Kaylin. Got ya. Okay, that's much better. Thank you. And makes sense, fair enough. It's always impressive to me when people bounce between engines. Yeah, multi-talented jack of all trades. And are you a spider? You have 4 pupils. I am not. I am an eldritch being, an eldritch princess. And that's why spiders are the best teachers. Yeah, spiders they have 8 eyes, not pupils. They're a little different. And saying that, right, let me click on you. So Bit Potion, not needed anymore. We can go ahead and delete. Well, hold on. Files to be deleted, dependencies. For the manager assets, Bit Potion, spellcasting screen. Hold on. It's saying it's dependent on the spellcasting screen. Let's go to our spellcasting screen here. Yep. And it's saying somewhere along the lines it uses Bit Potion, which I'm not too sure about. More people to find bugs faster. Oh boy, I got the vision. Let's see. I'm wondering why it's saying Bit Potion's being used elsewhere. You know what? Let's just delete it. Make sure you make backups. Because if you don't make backups, then doing risky things like this won't work out for you. But I believe we should be good to go because the game's not crying at me. Boo! Super cheesy. Cheese is the name of the game here, except when you all do it. Then it's not the name of the game. Let's see. Next up, we have Key Listener. This was the original look of the Key Listener, and the Key Listener is the guy that you're typing to. And I believe if we go to, let's see, just go to our game, click play. I believe we should be able to see the colors, so we can definitely modify what is going on with this guy. So let's see, levels here, and if I go to, let's see, you here, and I go into the game, and Spider, it's Eldritch Horror Tomato. Hold on now. I'm more butterfly themed than spider themed. What you can see is that Key Listener there, and when I click it, what happens is it goes green. So right now it is white and green. I think those are the only 2 colors. If we go into main menu, are there any other colors we're seeing? I'm seeing this color here, and we also have, nope, that color. So right now, it's using 3 of the 5 colors. So the question then becomes, do we clean it up or do we leave it as is? And what I think we should do is we should clean it up. I think that should be fine. Also, debugger, why are you angry? Who hurt you? Assets, yep. A spellcasting screen, scene, resource, So it can't find the bit resource, which is okay. You know, it's all right. Let's see. What I'll do is I'll reload the project, stop and reload. Let's see if we can find out where it's using the Bit Potion at. And potato. Let's see. A year of uni was incredibly comfortable and very happy time. That's good. And if I had financial security and wasn't more partial to OSS and Godot, I'd be the deving on that this very moment. Interesting. It's definitely a thing of, oh, hold on. We have an error here. Open anyway. Yep. So where are we using our bit potion at? That might have fixed it. Refreshing it, sometimes it does. Turning it on and off again can sometimes help. You can see debug down here. Now where are we at? Are you going to tell me now? Spellcasting screen, scene, invalid UID. Something I barely understand. Let's see if we can figure it out. And I mean, there are moths pretending to be spiders. You know what? Fair point. But I said butterflies, not moths. Very different. Let's see here. Somewhere in here we're using bitmap, and I'm not quite sure where. That was the thing we just deleted, and it's saying it's still using it, which is why it's giving us all of this angry text here. So let's see. It's common spellcasting screen, parse error, and then it says kitchen rhythm manager assets bit potion. So somewhere in here, it's using that font. And I think if I select everything in here, and then I drag and drop, let's see, the UI. So if I go into, let's see, UI, it's a UI theme. Yeah, and I just drag and drop this guy. I think that allows this UI theme, which is a neat thing you can make, where it allows you to customize everything in one spot. And then if you just drag and drop it onto a control node, so any of the green guys, it allows you to edit everything at once, which is super duper neat. It creates, you can consider it like a template. This is a template I have right now for all the UI in my game. And that looks smart. It's a little tricky to get a hold of, but I'm really excited because you can see everything. So it allows you to test it as well. You test your checkboxes. And then whenever you need a new idea or you need a new button, I can just make the button look like all my other buttons by just dragging this guy onto it and dropping it onto that guy. So let's see here. If I click on play, does it get rid of the angry guy? It's not giving us any debugs. Let me mute this guy here. We go into levels, we go into here. Any debugs? Any guys? I know you can't see the game. It's not, well, it's showing up on my side, but I just want to double check. Okay, I think adding or redoing the UI theme fixed it, so we don't need the bitmap anymore, which is good to go. Saying that, let's go ahead and close you again. Now, we were looking at a few things. There was the key listener, and there's also now microchat. This is yet another font. I tried a lot of different fonts, and even right now, the current font is still a little bit confusing for some people, which is certainly understandable. For example, some people get mixed up the I's and the L's or the commas and the periods. And something I'm thinking that we might have to do is down the line make our own font. It could be fun, especially for like a pixel art study. Making your own fonts can be a lot of fun. But right now, at the very moment, I've got so many of these guys, and we don't need these two. These two are also not getting used. Currently at the moment, the one that is getting used is Fredoka, and another one. I think it's TTF, is it? Yep. Right now, we're using Fredoka, and we're using as well Monogram. I believe these are the two that are currently being used. And I think maybe Cascadia Code is also being used, and that's for the UI of my font guys here. As fun thing about Godot is that if you don't like the UI font or the UI colors, you can customize it. So if there's a font you usually like to use for your coding, you can edit it. And I believe mine is Cascadia Code. And for example, if I go to my editor settings here, and let's see if I can do this super quickly, or am I gonna have to go on or am I gonna have to stop my detour? Let's see. You hear font. If I type that out, icon save editor. Oh, good, I found it. And who are you? You're in common? Yeah, it's Cascadia. So if I just cancel this guy, you should see a difference in the code. If I go ahead and wait it out, right? See, this is what Godot's font normally looks like. So what I did is I just added Cascadia Code because I think it looks nicer. So this is the default look of Godot. And then if I just do the editor again and I change it, so instead I do this guy here and click close, look at the difference. It's a little bit different. It's just about the same, a little bit modified. But if there is one you like, you can do that as well, which I think is super neat. This guy can be also different than the UI of the colors and the names and things of that nature. It's super duper customizable. I don't know if you can do that in Unreal or Unity, but that would be something fun to know and to look up. So I'll scroll out a little bit here and save. And using some of the fundamentals of dyslexia-friendly fonts and making a cross between that and Fredoka 1 might end up being a fun exercise. True. making fonts, especially pixel art ones, I know some people like to do. So maybe, yeah, that would be a fun thing to do to some time to do a customizable font, like a fancy one, things of that nature. Could be a lot of fun. Fredoka one's my favorite because it's super duper round and fluffy. If I go here, you can kind of see it. It has a round charm to it, which is why I like it. Anywhere I have a font to use, any UI or anything related to stream or anything else, it'll always be Fredoka one. It's a lovely font. It's gotta be my favorite. So I go ahead and close this guy. Since we know we use Cascadia, we know we don't need Nico Paint. So I'll go ahead and remove you. And I'll also remove this Nico Paint regular. Because right now, monogram is what we use for the keys. So when the guys are showing up and they're sliding across, the font they use, and if I click on play here too, just so we can get a bit of a better understanding here. And go here and go, let's see, here and here. Click OK. And if a game wasn't coding in wingdings, it can never be 10 out of 10 in my eyes. It would be, oh, what have I done? Hold your horses. Something is broken. What? Oh, huh. Nico Paint, Nico Paint, Nico Paint. Uh-huh. Why are you angry? Game over screen. Bookshelf. So, apparently, Nico Paint was being used everywhere. No good. To fix that, we just have to make sure we go through and we set the overall UI thing. So we're gonna have to grab this guy, go through all this, and make sure wherever it's angry at, that's where we do it at. And is 119 errors bad? No, if you don't see it as bad, it can't be bad. I vote for Comic Sans. You can get really wild with your fonts, which is really fun. So, to do this, right, what I have to do is, for example, I go to my Music Jam screen, not scream, because that's where the error is. You can see, common screens, Music Jam screen, scene. So what I'll do is I'll open up my Music Jam screen here, like that. And it's saying we're getting an error here. So I believe to fix this, what I have to do is if I just grab everything in here, and then I just drag and drop our UI theme into here, save it, and then if I click on projects and then reload current project, I think this will fix it. So it will no longer be 191, it'll be like 175 or something. And that's not emotional support read down there anymore, errors. All right then, what is it, huh? Oh boy, if I click play, we should now have less errors. Fingers crossed. I have a question for you. Why? Why did it get bigger? Huh? It was at 191. Now it's at 208. Huh? Okay then. Uh-huh. Sure. You know, this is why we make backups. Programming in a nutshell? Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, Godot, what are you angry at now? Nico Paint. Yeah, common UI theme resource. UI. Let's see. UI theme. Yep. Common UI theme resource. So it might be an error here where it's using Nico Paint. Is there a place where Nico Paint is being used? I think it's an issue with this guy here. So you know, this guy's not Nico Paint. Line edit. Where is anyone using Nico Paint? Right now, we have label. Label uses the font of Fredoka, I believe. Yep. We also have option button. It is using not a thing. So we'll just add Fredoka. So let's go through this here. I think that'll be the start. I can just drag and drop Fredoka into here to be used. Then we have our pop-up menu. Again, not anything different. So I'll just do these guys here. I'm hoping this will fix it. If it does not, we'll see. And at least it's not looking like a speed dial yet. No, don't say it like that, Jack. That's how you get it to look like a speed dial and to get scary and mean. We're trying to make it complicit. We're not trying to make it angry. We have for our progress bar a font file here, and I'll just go ahead and do that there. And then lastly, we have our rich text label, which should also be Fredoka. Okay, so let's save it here. And if I click play, I'm just curious. Is it gonna give us the angry letters now? It fixed some of it, right? 6 is better than 208. Okay, good. Lovely. So, where else are you angry at? Let's see. Next up, we have the player. something's wrong with the player. You can see cafe entities player scene. So we'll go to our player. And then if we go to our player here, we open up the scene. There are a few things. So I'll just go ahead and select this. And then we'll go ahead and say our UI theme. Grab it, and I'll just drag and drop now that all of these guys are selected. Save it, click on play here. What are we looking like? Still 6, or what are we seeing? Okay, I'm not getting any more errors, which is good. That's good, that's what we want to see. Let me click on you here, let me click on you here. And then from there, let's see. Click on you here and click on we have you here. Okay, I think no more errors. Whatever we did, I think it fixed it. I'm opening up menus and things of that nature. That's good to go. That's good to go. Hold on. It looked a little funny. Didn't look funny. Hold on. Let me move that there. And then spawn items. And then let me spawn just random items. And let me try again. The UI did look a little wonky. Are we good? Might just be me then. Okay, that's good. This guy definitely isn't bright yellow anymore, which I don't like. We'll need to make it brighter, but ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing. Let me go ahead and let's see. You, then you, and then have you go there so that they're running and I can grab some coffee, as I have not had a sip of my coffee. And I have to say, this is gonna be some of my best work if I had to say anything. I usually try to go for different themed coffees or different mixes and blends. I do enjoy, no, I'm not a coffee elitist, but I do enjoy making my own coffee, from grinding the beans to measuring out the ratios, because I like science and math. If you couldn't tell, cough, cough, programming, cough, cough. And recently, I got a pumpkin spice blend, and it tastes like pumpkin spice. And then I added a little bit of coconut milk into it, a little bit of sugar, and it tastes, I think this is the best flavor of coffee I've had to date. I've had some really disgusting coffee, but I don't know. Today did good. It was good. Now, granted, I didn't write the recipe down, so I won't be able to replicate it, but for now, I have liquid gold in a cup. Okay, I'll drink. Barista, Ezra. Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to become. I wanted to become a barista, because it sounds like a lot of fun mixing things together. I wanted to be a baker, I wanted to be a chef, hence the fascination with cooking sim games and making a cooking sim game. And funny thing, I'm getting an ad about coffee. How silly. I'll see as well. I don't know how to do it, but I'll do it here, that way. And we'll do our stretches in just a moment. Let me do this. That there. There we are. And then that there. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and do our stretches, shall we? So I'll go ahead and straighten up a little bit here. And then we'll go to the left a little bit. In the programming experience. You know, I think we might have thought the same exact thing for us. Oh boy. If it's what I think it is, yeah. Yeah. Want to make sure I mark that on the time. All right, so we'll start off by going to the right. And then we'll go to the left. And then we'll go back. And then we'll go forward. And then we'll make sure we do our head to the right. And then we'll do our head to the left. And then also while you're doing left and right, as I'm flashing around at the speed of sound, you can also do left and then look down. That's a pretty good stretch if you don't manage to freeze. And you can also do right and look down. And then from there, another one of my favorites, looking backwards. And then looking forward or up and down. Those are pretty nice ones. And then also left and a little bit of right. There we go, we're all stretched out. And yeah, I did a coffee with pumpkin spice, but I totally forgot the recipe, so you can't drink it. My bad. Well, you know, things happen, and it's not that I wouldn't share my coffee. It's just, do I really want to share liquid gold, you know? And hi, is it Yori? Or no, hold on. That'd be Yori! That's a little bit better. Welcome into stream. And if the deer has a mustache, then I believe our little elf girly deserves one too. You know, I've been drawn with a mustache many times. So has Bobby. So many people have had a mustache to date. Oh, you know what? I can show you a silly doodle I did one time since ads are back. Welcome back from the ad break. I can show you a silly little doodle I did. Well, not even the other day, just one time. Hold on. Copy image, or no, save image. And then let's do that there. Welcome back from the ads though. And here you go. Does this satisfy thee? A little, like, I think 5-minute doodle I did. There you go. I'll go ahead and remove that there. And then let's see. And the emote is diabolical. Oh boy, boy with a mustache, I need to see that. Oh boy. Saying that though, welcome back from the ads. Not the hat. He has to look dapper. It's very important for his health. Now that we're done though, now that it's not giving us any angry guys, I'll go ahead and make another backup. Cause backups are free. You can do as many backups if you want. It's saving is important. So I'm just gonna put on here, and how I make backups is I do it through the GitHub repo. I do at some point want to make like a whole overall explanation, but I mean explanation is in like an article on it or a video on it. As there was one time I was making a game and it got corrupted, and because I didn't make any backups, even just compressing the files together and making zips, because I had no backup and it got corrupted, I stopped looking at games and programming games for like a good year. And I never again. Backups always. And your doodling power is immense. Thank you. I do what I can. Let's see. So now that we have this guy good to go, let's go ahead and close our UI again. And now we're back to our assets, right? We have key listener, skull icon, and space icon. Space icon is a little bit old. Now, the way the game works currently is that any space you have to type is used as, well, it's depicted as a skull. It was originally this icon for space, but I changed it because I thought it would be fun. However, I have gotten a lot of notes back that the skull is not intuitive. So it's either we don't make it skull, because I've also heard people like the skull. Your artwork is finer than Mona Lisa. Well, hold on now. Let's not go that far. Oh boy. I thought that it would be easy to understand because when you calibrate, you have to do the skull because of space, but it's not intuitive. So a fix for this would either be to say this in the tutorial somewhere that spaces are skull. That could be a good idea too, because the skulls I think add a little bit of layered flavor for what you're pressing and make it so that the skull only appears on Spooky Month. Well, hold on now. This is a game about wizards and necromancy. This is as spooky as it gets. It's Spooky Day every day. It's like Halloween Town. You can't get away from the spooks. That was the whole idea, is that it's always spooky and skulls and scary cute was the whole point. And could the icon rotate between the skull and the space icon? It could, but wouldn't that be confusing too? It could be a little bit more confusing to have them switch. Having them as the icon is reliable, though maybe we could just have an option in like the menu to say, hey, do you want the skull icon to be, or do you want the space icon to be this or this? That's also an option too. And let me write that down so I do not forget, because I do like that one as well. If I can make the game more customizable with just UI and settings and things of that nature, I'd love to. I like a game that allows you to customize it. For example, choosing between a light and dark theme. Those are always super fun. So let's see, on this board here, where do I want to write it? What are you? Your code redoing. Yeah, resource, yeah. Oh, speaking of, I don't know if Khan's still here, but if you're interested in more rhythm games and things of that nature, /shout out. Well, I think I'll be able to see KO. Oh, he is still here. There we are. I, at some point at the beginning of this month, or beginning of this year, was stuck on working on my game, and I just so happened to have raided Khan there. And he's also working on the rhythm game, so he's able to help me figure out how to do calibration. So if you like or if you want to follow the development of another rhythm game, and if you like games like Vampire Survivors, so where you have to go around and collect objects and items, I suggest checking him out. He's pretty fun to watch as well. And what do you mean? The entire movie happens because a guy leaves the town. Yes, and then it becomes no longer Halloween every day. And, you know, we're going for samesies here. We want celebration all year round. So saying that, right? I'm thinking customization option. So customization, CUSTOMIZATION, customization. And then let's see, I want to do skull, oh, well, space, S-P-A-C-E. Space can either be space equal either skull, S-K-U-L-L, or different icon, I-C-O-N. There we are. Lovely. Okay, and then let me go ahead and close you. And we'll bring it back into programming here so I can remember. And let's see. Now, the question is, and one thing I'm not sure of is I'm not sure which things I'm going to animate. Is this a case where the key can just be this singular dot and just change when it lights up? Or should I go the extra mark of editing it? And I think it would probably be best to go the idea of editing it. So we can have a art folder, an art file that takes care of all these assets so that they're not only different, but they're also just in one spot instead of this, because we also don't need that guy anymore. So why don't we go ahead and open up Ace? Right, we get to do a little bit of art editing today. That'll be fun. So what I can do is if I go into Ace right here, and we go ahead and let's see, go into draw here, like so. I can then open up my folder of my UU here, open up in file manager here, and then I can grab, let's see, key listener, skull icon, and U, and I can drag and drop it into Ace, right? Like this. And these are all of our assets. I believe they're all 32 by 32, if I'm not mistaken. Skull is not 32 by 32. I take that part back. And I could be relatively fun to see a game mode / wizard where the poems aren't words but random letters. Oh, that could be a lot of fun. That could maybe even be like the, what is it? A thing that happens when the ghosts come. Ooh, that could be fun. That could be a lot of fun. You know what? That's a good idea. Hold on. More writing. No, hold your horses. I don't know if I have a whole ghost area. I thought I did. There's calibration here. I know we talked about ghosts before, but I don't think we went into depth. So for now, I will make this portion here, this area here, ghost. And then I'll put that down there. Ghost. G-H-O-S-T-S. And I'll put on here, random, A-N-D-O-M, random letters, E-T-T-E-R-S. And I'm sure there's a way to jumble, or there's some sort of command, or we can make a sort of function that allows you to jumble the poem. And that could be fun, where we don't have to make new poems for when the words are jumbled. We can just say, hey, because ghosts are here, jumble up the poem. And it'll be the same poem, the words will just be switched around. That could be fun. I do like that idea. Great idea, check. Let me go back to programming here. And that would also, because we're talking about different features like ghost keys or keys you can't see until the last minute, that jumbling might be the easiest thing to do. It would be like a type test or something. I like that idea. Okay, so let me go back into, let's see, draw here. And ghost cast, random. Oh boy. I mean, you know, the Gabriella, the main character, she is afraid of ghosts. So the idea of her getting tongue-tied and intimidated and then thinking so many things at once, I can certainly see it. What we can see is that the key listener and the skull icon are both 16 by 16. And then our space icon, also let me move you up here like that. That should be a little bit easier to see. Let me move you about here, make you a little bit smaller here, and then slide you out about, let's see, here, and slide you about here. There we are. Lovely. So what I'm thinking is we're going to have some sort of 16 by 16 guy. So we'll go ahead and what we'll do is we'll do a new file. So open up a new file. It'll be 16 by 16. And this will be where we keep all of our spellcasting UI objects. So this will be where we keep our skull icon and our key listener. And we can go ahead and merge all of these together. And that should be good to go. So what I can do is I'll grab all of these guys. And then from there, I'll go ahead and paste. Never mind, these are 32 by 32. How did you get so big? I thought this was 16 by 16, 32 by 32. Interesting. Okay, so either we, because I'm thinking of merging the files to make things easier, but maybe merging's not the place to go. This is 16 by 16. This guy is 32 by 32. We could always either just double this size, or we could make a new one. Because this is prototype, what I might just do is do sprite size and just make the make this, let's see, 200% like that. And now it's big skull. I think that's fine. So that's what we'll go for. Copy this guy. And instead of that sprite, we're gonna delete you here. And then we're gonna make sure it's 32 by 32. Like that there. Okay, so first up, we have our space icon. And then if I hit Alt B, yeah, it's Alt B. Alt B, like that. And big boy skull, he's big. And let's see, I'll introduce that, good. And Moon Knight graph. Oh yeah, that is Moon Knight, isn't it? We have here our skull, and right now, I believe we're only using 2 colors. So we have this color here, so I'll go ahead and grab you, and then I'll go ahead and go to our new layer, or our new, new frame, because we have this guy, and then we have this guy. So I have that color there, we have the green color for when it's selected, and then we have one more color for when it is the spell casting. So let's see, you there, and we have you. So right now, we have skull, we have white, we have green, and we need purple, I believe. If we go back into programming, we can see here, the purple. So it's dark purple, it's this middle purple here. So let's go back into draw. And if she's afraid of ghosts, she would stutter in her presence. So there could be a ghost modifier where random letters are doubled or tripled. Oh, that would be, that's a good idea. It'd be painful on the player, but you know what? I'm gonna take it. I'll put it to the board as well. There we are. There, good to go. And let me click here. And oh, hold on, click there. Yep. And your transition screen is also awesome. Oh, thank you. Now you're just showing it off. You know, if I have to yoink you all back and forth between screens, I might as well make it interesting to look at. And let's do you mean checks idea or the transition? Let's see. We're looking for this purple guy, this dark one here. So I'll go ahead, I'll grab this guy, and now we have all 4 that are currently being used in the game. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Next up, what I'll do is I'll do a new tag, and we're going to call this tag space. And these are going to be our, let's see, yeah, our icons. So this is default. So I'll go ahead, give this a new tag, DEFAULT, default tag. Then we also have here, let's see, new tag. This is going to be pressed, SSAD. And then this guy here is going to be, let's see, new tag. What can we call this one? I guess we can call it the test tag for now. So what I've done here is I have separated all of these guys into their own layer, or their own frame. And why I'm doing it this way is because I have a system in place in my game where it'll cycle through all the animations of that group. So for example, if I want this white dot to be animated, all I have to do is just make a new frame and it'll still count as this whole section. So if it's the case that instead I don't want it to be just one image and I want it to be animated in the future, we'll be able to do that. If I want to have the skulls animated in the future, we'll be able to do that. That's why I'm putting it in this one portion here instead of doing it in these layers here. And let's see, might as well make it elegant if we're being yoinked back and forth. Exactly! And you got yoinked, but with style. Exactly! Now, what do you think we should call this guy? I'm gonna guess maybe key spellcasting. What to call this? Spellcasting something, I think. It should be some sort of UI or something of the sorts. Spellcasting underscore UI. You know what? No, not UI. Key listener UI. Key UI. Yeah, I think that works out. In my game, if we go back into, let's see our programming screen here. Told ya, gonna be yoinking ya all over the place. In my game, we have keys, which are these guys. These are the guys you have to type. The key listener is the place you want to go. So you have your keys sliding across the screen onto the key listener. So that's what I'm wondering, because right now, this is the UI for the key listener, and then we also have the UI for the key itself. So key listener. But I think merging them together will be fine. And fancy yoink. Pinky up, of course. Let's see. I'll go ahead and save this guy then, right? And now that we have this guy, oh, hold on. Key UI. I'll go ahead and let's see. Kitchen. We have scorekeeping. Yeah. We'll go ahead. I'll open this guy in File Manager. And I should be able to drag and drop it into the file that we want. And fancy yoink, but with a moustache. Oh boy, I do have to do some sort of fanciness at some point, I do agree. Let me see, copy you here, and if I go ahead and drag and drop you, and drag and drop you, oh, it does not want to be dragged and dropped, that's okay, we'll just save it there then. And now, can I drag and drop you? We have downloads here, and then we have you, key UI, okay, I can just drag and drop it into here. And now you can see we should have somewhere our key UI. Where are you at? Key UI, rhythm assets. Let me double check it is in this folder. We have you, we have kitchen. Do we have key UI in here? I'm not seeing it. Hold on, key UI. There it is, it's right there. And this .asprite is a plugin called the Asprite Wizard. So let's see, it is in map. Let me just move it to kitchen so we're good to go. All right. And then from there, what we should be able to see is if I close this guy, reopen it so that it's not too overwhelming, we have key UI, key UI. And we have data, map, all these guys here. So what I'll do is in our rhythm manager, so the rhythm manager right now is a lot of things. Right now it is, let's see. Yeah, I think I'd rather call this rhythm manager spellcasting because that's what it is. Rhythm manager is no longer a thing. It was old code that I had. Now it's no longer rhythm manager, it is just spellcasting. So spellcasting, like that there. And since the spellcasting has now been renamed, I need to rename it in my Obsidian. So I'll just go ahead, open up the recent Obsidian, and in our rhythm manager, we'll just make sure this is spellcasting. So spellcasting, like that. There we are. From there, what we'll do is we'll go back into this guy here, save it, and now we have our key UI. So how do we use this guy? It's not too painful. It's just gonna take a second to set up. But the good news is we have this file now. And what we need to do from there is we need to make a folder for this guy to hang out in. So what I have to do is how my game works currently is if I go into here, for example, with our, let's see, what's a good example? Into our customers. So we have entities, and then we have customer, and then we have profiles, I believe. Yep. No, profiles. Assets here. You can see seeds. It works off of here, and it works off of a thing I made up called a advanced sprite. That's what this guy is. And this advanced sprite has a file. So what we have to do is we have to make an advanced sprite for this file. So in this case, if I go back to here into our rhythm manager assets, and I do, let's see, make it bigger, and then I do create, let's see, we need to create a new seed. So what I can do is just super duper quickly, I can grab the necromancer sprite scene, for example. We'll go down here and I'll paste it. I cannot paste root nodes in the same scene. I want to paste you here. It will not let me paste. Hold on. Duplicate. Yes, duplicate. And this is going to be our key UI. There we are. And click on OK here. And then from there, we'll scroll down here. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe spellcasting UI is a little bit better, but I think key UI works just a little bit better. We can always change the words later if need be. I'll go ahead and drag this guy back up. So now we have our key scene and our key UI. From here, what I'll do is I'll double click on this guy. Right now, it is a necromancer. We don't want necromancer. So we're just gonna delete it. It is no longer the wizard class. So I should just be able to, let's see, you're here, advanced sprite. Yep. And from there, I should just be able to, if I go down here, this is where the plugin comes into play. So if I slide over, how this plugin works is it reads and it takes any frame, anything you do in a sprite. That's why I like using it. And what I have to do to just update it is I take the file, and let's see, reload from disk. Yep. And I should be able to click this guy here, click this guy, a sprite file, and I go into where we are holding. So I go all the way into our kitchen, and then into our, let's see, rhythm manager. It's still rhythm manager for some reason, but key UI, once I select it, I then just do the import here. I love how the necromancer is basically just ungoth Gabby. It reminds me, I haven't seen it, but the Addams Family Wednesday and the werewolf girl. So it's the really goth and then the preppy pink. I could see it being that. So let's see, our key UI here seed is now that. And then we just need to do this key UI, like that. So now that's set too. And what you can see is if we go into our animation player, we have well, you can't see it because of the thing, but if I click this here, we can see default, press, space, and test. And why I made these big guys is because we'll be using them as enums. So we have default, press, space, and test, which is fun. And now we're almost done. Now what we have to do is we have to set up the enum, and then we should be good to go to add it and import it. As the hope is that we'll get rid of this guy, and we'll also get rid of these two guys, and all that will remain will be these two guys. So it'll be an all in one spot. And hi, is it Augustux? I do remember that name. Welcome in. And hi, hello. Can I get a welcome? Of course. Welcome in. The triple welcome. A welcome is guaranteed if I can read your name. Well, even if I can't read it. But if you happen to say hello, it is guaranteed satisfaction. Let's see here. I'll go ahead and save it. Now, in our spellcasting, what I'll go ahead and see about, let's see, spellcasting minigame screen. We need a place to host our enum at. And that's what I'm wondering here. it could be a common guy, so we could go into our utility to host it. If I go into the current file of our advanced sprite, you can see we have different types lined up, and that's where this guy comes into play. So this is why I'm talking about enums. And what I'm thinking is, so right now you can see we have cookbook, we have customer, and we have customer profile. So what I'm wondering is, do we just do our own advanced sprite type? That could be fine. And hi, B-side the frog. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Yo, welcome. And guaranteed, if I can read your name. I mean, even if I can't read your name, but I have to make sure, because if I can't read your name, you still technically get one. It's just not to, it's to whom it may concern. So let's see here. We have typed true value. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And we need a place to host this enum. I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll say key, and then we'll do UI, like that. And then we'll have that as a comma. And then we'll go into utility for now. And that's where we'll host it at. And hi, Ame. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hello, Arison chat. Hello. And then in our utility, this is where we'll put it at for now. Utility dot. And then let's see. Yeah, we'll do it here. You can see that I already have some enums in here for now. So we'll do enum. And then we'll say key, UI, and then we'll go ahead and do, let's see, this guy here. So currently we have normal or default. So defaults. We have, let's see. Oh, we also need a null. And thank you, I made it in Blender forever ago. Oh, how nice. And I'm Striker on Twitch. Oh, I see, but I changed my username on Twitch, then realized I can't change it back for 6 months. I see. It's gonna take me a second to remember names, especially names that have changed, but I'll do what I can. And one thing I've been adding as well is I've been adding none to any enum because it helps with things. For example, you can see none. None is always -1. So we'll just make sure that's -1 there. Oh, none equals -1 because it lets me know if something went wrong. So we have on here default. We have, let's see, pressed. So PRESSED. We also have space, and we have on here test. These are the current enums. These are the current names that I have set in my file. And we're gonna need one called none. So what we can do is if I close this guy super duper quickly, that way I can reopen him in the other folder. So let's see here, kitchen. We go into, let's see, where are we at? Yep, we need key UI. And I open up our sprite. So back to the other screen, told ya, dragging it around. And so what are we programming? Right now we're cleaning up code. For example, here we have some files. Oh, well, they've been deleted, but there's some files and some old files that need to be removed. So we're removing them. For example, this key listener guy, that is a single PNG, is now getting moved into an sprite file. And we went from 191 errors to 208, and we will never be the same. Oh boy. And then they went to like, I think 0 or 6. It was weird. Oh boy. I'll be able to drag you into, let's see, our draw. And then from there, to make sure that we have the idea of if it is null, what we'll do is we'll do you here, and then I just drag my space over so that it now only holds, from 2 to 2. There you are. It only holds this guy. I right click this, I do new tag, I set this to none because that's the default. And instead of the skull here, I'll just set it to black. So if it's a black box, you know something went wrong. And watching stuff I don't understand this one, I'm glad to hear. I do my best to try to be as explanatory as possible, but I know it is a little bit tricky. I hope to add a file or a screen of some sort to make things easier, but I'm glad it's been enjoyable so far. So now we have up here our none, we have our other guys, and if I just save it, we go back into Godot. The good news is because I'm using this plugin, it's already been imported. It's good to go. I can go into our key UI, and if I click import down here again, and then look, we have our none. None's already good to go. That's the fun of using the plugin, is that if I need to modify something, I don't have to change the animations here. I don't have to change the keyframes. I don't have to speed things and slow them down. I can do all of that in sprite. Sprite is where I'll do all of my animations and customizations. Here is just where I can import them. I don't have to edit them or add them in here. That's why I'm doing it this way. And the square of death. Exactly. This you don't want this guy to show off in goth voice. Oh, I was about to do French. Let's see, hold on. Okay, serious. Hi, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a place where the food of your dreams comes to life. What can I get for you? OMG. Hello, can I get a strawberry latte with sprinkles? Thanks. Or were you doing the other one? An unrelated question that I hope doesn't disturb your flow. Opinions on the new skate game, if you played it? I don't do skating, so I wouldn't be able to give you an opinion, unfortunately. Or I'm guessing at least check, it would be, hi, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a place where the food of your dreams comes to live. What can I get for you? OMG! Hi, hello, can I get a strawberry latte with sprinkles? Thanks! I feel like that's what you were going for. Oh boy, yeah, I think that was it more, Frost. Oh boy, so now that we have these two guys, thanks. We'll go back into utility here, go back into, let's see, this guy here, and both are perfect. Good. We have our none, our default, our pressed, and our space, and our test. And now what we can do, it sounds like I just entered Hasbin Hotel. I can see it. Just Charlie. Let's see, I'll go ahead and we'll move back over to this guy. Now that we have this guy and this type, we'll just do, let's see, our type. So we do type, dot, and we'll do that guy. And then we have it set to utility, and then dot key UI. And that's that. That should be everything that needs to be linked. And we hear the ever enthusiastic air so often, it's a vibe change. I really just have to think of sad puppies and sad kittens and puppy dog faces to make sure I stay serious and sad. So let's see. I save this guy, and last that's on the list of to-dos is we have to go into our key listener here, and you can see our key listener has a sprite. And if we also go into key here, you can see key also has a sprite. All that has to be done now is if I go into our, close this guy here, we open up our kitchen, we go into our rhythm manager, which should be spellcasting, rename, yep, rename. You should be spellcasting, C-A-S-T-I-N-G, spellcasting. Yeah, error moving kitchen rhythm manager. It doesn't want to make it spellcasting. I will try reloading the scene, maybe it will change its mind. And everyone enthusiastic, Eris is alliteration, spooky! Let's see. And couldn't you just imagine Bobby eating a banana? Yeah, that'll do it. Even the thought itself of banana eating. Yeah, you know what? Fair point. That's a good one too. Let's see. Spell casting. It doesn't want me to rename it. So I'm curious to see if I modify this in file, do you think it'll rename it? So if I just do kitchen and then I do rename it here and rename it to spell casting here, will that do anything? We have you there. And if I close you here, go back into here, does that do it? Aha! I worked on the system. I did it. I did it in the file since it wouldn't let me edit the what is it, the folder here. Good, okay. And then in our assets, we have these guys that we were looking at before, and we have our key UI scene. So now that we have our key UI, which is an advanced sprite, it has extra details, what we'll do is, let me also close this guy. Don't save here because we have key UI scene. Yep. Key UI, it goes there. We can close our Medimancer, we can close this. Now, our key listener no longer has a sprite. We delete the sprite and we drag in our key UI. If it lets me, drag in the key UI. We reset the transform, so it's in the center here. So that's that there. And kitchen, please specify a new save location. Oh, you know, maybe this is why it didn't want me modifying it. I can see why, you know, I can understand, possibly. If I just click play, is it gonna break the game? Error. Okay, so I now understand why it didn't want me to do the thing I did. You know, I thought the workaround was a good idea in the moment, and it was. It's just, in the long run, not so good. Rename, rhythm manager. Hopefully that fixes things. Reload from disk. Can I then now go ahead and click play? Oh, it broke everything. Well then, did I recently save? You know, can't recall, and that should be a space there. Okay, let's see. You guys, key listener, you all are in rhythm manager. Just gonna do a project reload, current project, stop and reload. Yeah, and we're gonna go to just do don't save, possibly. This could maybe be fixed, maybe. Possibly, but I might have also broken it. We'll see. Oh boy. If we do this guy here again. No, we're getting errors. We're getting a lot of errors. Can't open scene. This could have been moved or deleted. We have rhythm manager dependencies, packed scene, key listener scene has broken dependencies. You here, yep, you there. Open anyway, spell casting. Yeah, open anyway. Okay, so you are no longer a thing, delete you. And then in our assets here, we can now drag in our key scene, yes, possibly. Let's see. And then if I click on play, is it going to break again? For all the banana to sing, never! Never, I say, never! Oh boy. Okay, you know what? Good, it's working again. So I'm just gonna, make sure it's functional. And then we're gonna, just make sure we save after this. Oh boy, I tell ya, Kenwood for losing. BRB gotta go. No worries, B-side. Or, what was the other name? Scyther? Was it? Or was it? It started with an S, right? But no worries, no worries. Let's see. So now that we're here, right? We now have our modified UI and modified sprite, advanced sprite. I can write this as sprite, S-P-R-I-T-E. And now that we have this sprite, we can go ahead and delete it. We drag and drop the sprite here, like so. And if I click on the sprite, you can see we also need to have the type set. So if I go to our key UI scene here, the type is going to be key UI. That's the guy. And the value is going to be starting off with 0. Yep, this is right. We go back to our key listener here and save it. Striker? Oh, okay, good. I'm getting closer. Like I said, you gotta give me a second. It started with an S. I did remember the S. Striker. Okay. Maybe I can get 2 letters next time. But like I said, no worries. It'll be RB. Got ya. Okay. Eventually. So TM. From here, what we do is we grab this guy. We set it as our access's unique name. We can then drag and drop it. So you can already see our advanced sprite. It should be already here in our key listener. We can click it, grab and drop you. Yep, it's already good to go. And now, where do we use our sprite at? If I go down here, advanced sprite, you can see our sprite at scale. Good to go. That makes sense. We keep going down. Now, this is where we would modify it at. What we'll do here is we do sprite. Okay, so let's see. If event is pressed, then the sprite changes to green. And when we start the game up, this is also where it sets it to green. So what we'll do is do sprite, and then we do sprite dot, and we should be able to do, as I forget the name of it, yeah, let's just check the function. We do sprite dot, and then we do, scroll out a little bit so I can see a little bit better. We do set icon. And let's see. Hello, wish I could be working on a game today, but had to do a ton of errands. That is a shame, Wally, but welcome in. I hope the errands don't take too long. I know it's been the same for me, where I've been wanting to work on the game a lot, but there's been so many errands. So I do sprite dot set icon, and then we go ahead and do advanced sprite, and then we do dot, and then we do, let's see, type, and then we do dot, and then we do key UI. From there, what I then do is do utility, and then we do dot, we do key UI, and we're going to change it to pressed, like that. So when we start out, we have it as a key UI pressed. I think this reads a lot cleaner than the other guy, wouldn't you say? So this, let's see, hold on. Oh, I can't show you there, hold on. So either this, and then we also have, yeah, that frame 1. We could always also do the item as well, but this guy would get changed to being, let's see. You're pressed, and the other one's not pressed. So if I do pressed, and we do default. Like that. That should change it. And dire, disastrous despair, and this ever-enthusiastic Eris event. That's a lot of alliteration. And I want to grab tea. Why don't we hear a voice of dire, disastrous despair? No despair going on here. Only hope, only hope and dreams, I assure you. Let me get some coffee. I'm telling ya, liquid gold. The only thing I think that can make this better is adding a little bit of actual pumpkin puree to it. Though, maybe that might be pushing it. It already tastes like pumpkin, like a really tasty, delicious, creamy pumpkin. So, now that we have all of these guys, what we need to do is also go into our spell casting test. Oh, also we need to change it back. So if it is pressed, then we do this. And if it is not pressed, so if it is released, we go here, and then we have to change the sprite back to default. Like that. That should be good to go. And then if we go into our spell calibration screen, this guy here, we have a lot going on in our calibration screen, so we'll look at it. And preventing poor programming, our protagonist preaches the power of hopes and dreams. And those sound like nightmares to me. And, oh, hold on, is it Loradius? Maybe. That does sound fun. Loradius. Sounds like a wizard name. Or maybe it's Laura Diaz. Maybe. You can tell me how close I got. I can certainly try again. But welcome into stream. Welcome in. And I don't know if I asked before, but why did you choose Godot? More name changes? I can't handle this change. welcome in, Scyther. Would you prefer the new name or the old name? And possibly, I get asked about it a lot. I chose Godot because I like the look of it. I like the idea of this node system. I also like the colors of Godot. I've never used a game engine before. And when just comparing the default look of Unity and Unreal, so without even adding theme changes or anything, I like the look of it to Godot. It seemed simpler, and not only that, but Godot is also open source, which is always a big bonus. And I believe in on Unity and Unreal, you have to pay a fee if your game makes enough money. So the idea of just Godot, everything is yours, you get to own everything because it's open source, I find that idea very appealing. That's why. And imagine drinking that out of a mug carved out of a pumpkin. Well, I do have some Halloween-themed mugs, thank you very much. Lots of Nightmare Before Christmas. So, in our screen here, we need to modify that guy. But I don't know where you are. There's a lot going on here, I'll be honest. It's a lot. We have results, tag, instructions, start. Nope, we have label. Nope, we have sing animation. Ooh, sing animation needs to be modified. Oh, never mind, it's already an animated sprite. Look at that. Also, why are you angry? What's going on? Node not found. What do you mean, node not found? Hold on. Let's go back into our, let's see, key listener, I guess then. Go into here, go into you here. We'll delete you, and we'll just drag and drop you here. There you go. You should be happier now. And then from here, let's see. I want to get a Nightmare Before Christmas mug so bad. The thing is, it's like, if you keep getting mugs, your cabinet will eventually be full, and then you can get no more mugs. So, I gotta put some mugs into storage, rotate them a little bit, because I do like having a cup of coffee every morning. It's a nice way to start my day. Speaking of, let me get a little bit more. Yes, I have run out of space in my cabinet. Then you get a second cabinet. Modern problems require modern solutions. I like the way you think. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. From there, we'll go and see about our calibration screen. And it is, what we're looking for is this key listener, I believe. Yup, and it's a singular sprite. So what we'll do here is, we should just have to do, let's see, key listener here. And if I just drag and drop you to where you are, no, not key listener. It needs to be the key UI sprite. So this guy here, yeah. And can I copy over the attributes? Copy attributes? I don't think I can, unfortunately, which is okay. We have, this is the scale, so I'll just copy this guy. We'll go over into our transforms and we'll paste the scale. So it's the same size, and then we just have to do the positioning again. I was recently trying to choose an engine to work in a long time game. I think I'll pick up Godot this time. You should. Godot, the thing is, the unfortunate thing with Godot is that it doesn't have a lot of tutorials out there and a lot of history compared to other engines. But I think the fact that it's new does help a little bit. It makes people want to learn more about it. It also just recently updated. Okay, I'm good. And do you have to store mugs in a cabinet? I've hung them on walls before too, but cabinet feels cooler because you open it up and bam, you're hit with just fun. And lo and behold, a second tab seems to run out of space. A third. You never stop. Let me go and grab our key listener guy here. Then from there, I'll grab our position. I think I can copy value. And if I just paste the value here, so position, I right click this and I paste value, there we are. We are now in the right position. And what I'll go ahead and do is I'll set the value. So this key UI, I'm actually curious. In our func ready, I want to see if it's possible to set the animation of it via this. Do you think it's possible? What if we do, right? If I do this, I do func and then underscore ready. If we do a ready function, we do void, maybe what we can do and have happen is we do the set icon function and we set it to the type, and then we go ahead and set it to the value. Like that. Do you think that could work? And Godot feels like Unity 2D, but with Python plus JavaScript as its language. And without all the licensing stuff, I say as a Unity dev who has been observed a lot, who has observed lots of Godot game jam devlogs. I see. And I did for that. And alright, chat, I have 8k points of fun. Ame, stay back! Back, you feed back! Oh boy. Let's see. I'm thinking maybe this ready function will help. And then from there, right, we have -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. So possibly what we could do is just set the function or set the value of this to 3. And that might take care of our other things. Wait, no. Oh boy. Click on play here. But imagine this. You walk into the kitchen on a gloomy morning. You see an army of colorful mugs. That's true. Staring at you, killing all sadness inside your heart. That's true too. You know, you have a fair point. Also, it didn't work out. Something's angry. Where are we at? Sprite, advanced sprite. Key listener's still not happy. Okay. Hold on. We have to do. Let's see. No to sprite, not found. Yeah, why are you angry? Go to our key listener here. What kind of voice? No! I did read that. Good. Oh, this is 10K. Good! Oh boy. I tell you, chaos is gonna cost you, alright? Because I don't do chaos around here. And Mug Army sounds nice. You're really close to allow me. That's a little scary. That is a little scary. I do appreciate your enthusiasm though. And Mug Army? Yeah, a whole army of mugs. If I get to a point, I'd love to get like a Bobby mug made. How cute would that be? And then the tentacles like the mug hook. That'd be really cute. Let's see. So our key listener here, it's not happy with our sprite. It's saying node not found, sprite, relative root, and an invalid access to property scale based on null instance. And that's what I'm not too sure about. If we go ahead and stop this guy here, and we do run currency, if I remember correctly, I think it's like 2,000 for the, what is it? And it's okay, it's only a matter of time. No! Those are fighting words! Let's see, do that there, click play again. And I have one fancy mug right now, and it's just a white mug with lots of black puppies. How cute. And shut up and take my money. Oh, he's a storm that is approaching. It's scary. I don't like this, I tell you. It's the storm approaching. Oh boy. I'm also guessing that this guy here is not happy because of the default guy we did. So I think it's not happy because I did this ready function. So for example, if I did this, and then I click play on our, let's see, our key listener. How are we looking now? Oh yeah, it's because we tried to do it in the prepared. Okay, never mind then. We can't do function ready, which is a-okay. That's all right. And it would be a real shame if someone made you voice act using some banana themed voice. What banana themed voice is there? I'm just asking. You know, it's not. You know, yeah. Let's see here. So I'll get rid of that function that I thought to use, right? That sounds appealing. No. We'll move this back to where it was, and then we'll go into our spellcasting screen. So our spellcasting screen, our test one, our calibration screen. And in our calibration screen, we'll go ahead and do access this unique name. We'll go into this guy here, and on function ready, yep, ready right here, what we'll do is we'll have this key UI come and play. So I should be able to do, let's see, grab you here, and then drag and drop you here. And then from here, on our key UI, we just have to do what we did before. So key UI dot, and then we can go ahead and do set, or icon, was it? Set icon. And then we have advanced sprite, and then we have dot, and then we have type, and then we have dot, and then we have key UI, and then we have utility, then we have dot, we have key UI, and we have dot, and we have test. There we are. And then from there, I can just reset the value since that's going to be changed here. And now we should be good to go. And Monkey takes notes. Monkey. How would you even do a monkey voice? And throwing fuel to the fire. It does sound like I'm playing with fire. It's a little scary. I'm telling ya. Let me move this guy here, move that guy there. So, right? Now, calibration. Look at it. The icon is the exact same as it was. It's just a new modified. Actually, hold on, never mind. I have to delete this sprite TD. Yep, hold on. Let me move this guy to here. And then we have key listener. So this guy gets deleted. You are then moved to, let's see, key listener, L-I-S-T-E-N-E-R, key listener. And then we'll make sure your name is good to go. So instead of key UI, you are key listener. Okay, now you should be good to go. double checking. And it would be a great shame if there was a voice that would make Eris talk very slowly. How would I even be able to speak? You wouldn't wish that upon your dearest enemy, would you, Chuck, right? If you wouldn't wish it upon your enemy, you wouldn't wish it upon me, surely. That would be agonizing. A whole 5 minutes of speaking slowly? I wouldn't be able to think straight. Terrible, I say. Look, it's working though. This guy is doing the screen. And if we go to our test our own songs and start this guy as well, you can see it's good to go. Lovely. Hit, hit, hit. Good, good. Okay. Hit. Lovely. Though something does feel a little off. Hold on. Let's do a test. If I mute the song here, here's X 0.25. That's painful, I say. Let's do a test on here. Let me make sure the calibration is reset. And then we can go and do menu here. Test songs. Okay. H-E space. Okay. B-Y space. And can you hear it? Hold on. I believe it's audible. Yep, good. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but can you hear the little tack sound? And that reminds me of the one sloth character. Yeah, good, good. Lovely, lovely. I updated the sound a little bit. I don't know if you can tell, but it's now more of a keyboard sound. One thing, and you've probably heard it on my side of things, the microphone, I have a mechanical keyboard. So I did what the people do who make audio do, and I held the keyboard up to the microphone. I recorded it, edited in post, and now we have new keyboard sound. Tell me if you like it. Let's see. What do you think? T H E space T U M T U M comma. So it's now that instead, and I can show you what it was before. If I go into Obsidian here, very clicky. Yeah, and that's another thing, how I was talking about, I'd like to have different settings. I prefer a more tactile keyboard. I am a fan of mechanical keyboards, but not everyone is a fan. So it would be fun to have a customization option for different audio sounds when you press different things. That would be a lot of fun. Right now, what it is currently is, let's see, and sadly they don't stack. No, they don't. Oh boy. And let's see, what if we had our slow down? Oh, yeah, no. My mind would not be able to multitask 3 different things. That would be painful. Can you imagine? If I click on, let's see, Obsidian here. This is what it is currently, and this is the new idea. And I lied for a second there. Oh boy, customization equals fun? Yeah, I like a fun custom. Well, the thing is, I'm not much of a fan of games where you get to design the interior. So a lot of games where you can customize like the chairs, the wallpaper. I was never really into those. So my game's not gonna focus much on that in that aspect, but I do know it exists. Instead, I feel like the gameplay could be modified. Because in your Papa's games, you could buy a poster that would give you a buff. Things like that I do enjoy. But it's also the same thing of, if you don't like the poster, then the buff is just gonna be there because you need the buff. It's not because you like the look of it. So it's something I want to balance. Let me show you what the sound is currently in Tully. Do you like the tactile cookie, or do you like the one that is published right now? Let's see. I do like how clicky this one is. Both of them have a place in my heart. But originally, and I'll be quiet for a second. There we are. And there needs to be some form of peer decoration. I could see it. The decoration would have to come post, like, once everything's done, though. It wouldn't be the main priority. And hi, the Middle Wolf. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Hey, you, my favorite streamer. Well, welcome in. And thank you. I appreciate it. I like the tack sound. The thing was, because it was old code, it was initially lots and lots of audio files I randomized. So there was a total of 7 sounds I just randomized. And then I found out about the pitch changes you could do. So now it's 1 sound, but I could always go back because I do have the sound effects still saved. If it is the case that more people like the other one. And there's an instrument mod for Minecraft that you can play any sound. I have it. I have played, what is it? I forget the mod pack. But there's one, I imported it in, and I had a zombie play it as ambiance, and he played a toss a coin to your witcher as a MIDI file. It was great. He played it on a lute and everything. Let me make the audio back to here. Okay, so that's good to go. We know that that's working, so let me go ahead and save this guy here, and I'll also make sure we make a backup now that we have finished with the key UI stuff. So backup, key UI. And how far are we in the development? We are nearing the end of refactoring the Metal Wolf, and then from there, we'll add Ghost into the game and the ghosty mechanics, which should be a lot of fun. I'm hoping we can either finish, well, I definitely don't think we'll be able to complete everything today on stream. However, from going forward until the refactoring is completed, I plan to make it a #1 priority to work on the game for at least 30 minutes a day. So I'm hoping by the next time we work on the game, which will probably be at today and then Sunday, and if I can somehow get it done today and tomorrow, then Sunday we can cover the topic of exploring ghost ideas and then implementing it. But we'll see. We'll see where the time takes us. And I need villagers sing that song like yesterday. Oh boy, the lava chicken one. And new profile picture, who dis? Hi, Mnemonic. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. It's Ghost. It's temporary. I can even show you if I quickly go into Obsidian here as well. I also need to mute this audio, but I can show you the full Ghost picture to those who maybe haven't seen it. I click on this here. It should allow me to go to my website from here. It does not allow me to go to my website from here. But you know what? It's okay. Let's see. If I go here and then I go to the website from here, oh, doesn't want me going to the things. I see how you play your games. Never mind then. I would have to show you once the ad breaks up, which, never mind, the ad break's about to come. Well then, and Months So Spooky, she died. I'd love to do more, more spooky themes. If I go into, let's see, you here. Like, I want to do one witch themed. That'll be fun. Let me grab the spooky guy here, as we're about to do the outbreak. So do more stretches, I'll get more coffee. If I go into here, and then I go into pixel art, here. Ah, I found it. Here we are. This is the full image of the earth. Spooky. That's the current profile picture. And I'm so blind, I didn't see the new one. It's subtle. It's very, very subtle. I don't blame you one bit. And I did read that. Good. Okay, so we'll do the outbreak now, since it's about to start. And then we'll do some stretches, and then we'll continue, since we did finish the key listener guy. So if I close this guy here, and then if we go to kitchen here, and in our resource manager, or the manager, in our assets, you can see we only now should need, and if I go ahead and remove you for the manager key scene, oh, did we not modify our key? Hold on, there's another guy. Our key also needs the sprite change. So this guy here needs a new sprite change. So what we'll do is we'll drag and drop our key UI scene again, and we just have to reset the position. So transform, reset you there. And then from there, this is going to be the new sprite. We're going to need to set this as sprite as well. And are those trees or hands? Yes. The answer is yes. Let's see. We go back into key here and set it up like this guy here. And all I have to do for this guy is set it up. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Our key and our sprite. Yeah, we're gonna need 2 of these. Okay, hold on. This is going to be the background. And this is going to be then the skull icon. So skull or space sprite, something like that there. And then from that, we also have, I think that's good to go. And we'll make sure these 2 guys here are also unique names. We'll make sure they're also already key UI, which is good to know. And I don't know why it feels so surreal to me that it's midnight where I am and there's places where it's daytime right now. It always feels, hold on. Okay, I think we're good. I had to sneeze. I don't know why it feels so surreal to me that it's midnight where I am. It's always super surreal. And time zones are weird. And thank you, Jack. Thank you. Okay, so in here, right, you can see highlight, disable, all of these guys. Do we ever use these functions? I don't think we ever do. We might have used it outside of the area. If I go find here, anytime we use, okay, we use it in a lot of places. The only place I could think key would happen is either in our key listener or in our spellcasting UI. So we'll have to modify our key listener. So I'll go ahead and not close these since they're no longer needed. We have our mini game, we have our screen, which should be fine. We have our music jam screen, we have our player, and I'll go ahead and also delete our calibration screen. Don't need you, don't need scorekeeper, we probably need mini game. We don't need utility anymore. Okay, I think these guys are the guys we need, and then we'll modify it for the key. So we'll clean it up there, but before that, let's go ahead and do the ads. That way we don't get interrupted. It's a good place to stop since it's about to do it in 7 minutes. So we'll do it now. With all that said, I get more coffee. Let's see. I'm telling ya, I really gotta figure out the recipe for this. It is delicious. It's like, but if you ever had like pumpkin puree in milk, so like a pumpkin-y white chocolatey drink, really good. It's like a white chocolate, so hot cocoa, but imagine white cocoa and then with some pumpkin. That's what it tastes like. I need some coffee too? You should get some. Well, from time to time, I do use I grind the beans or yeast grounds. I also use instant coffee too. That does make sense. It's 10 p.m. Didn't need to sleep anyway. Well, hold on now. I can drink coffee pretty late because coffee doesn't really have much of an effect on me. But if it does have an effect on you, I'd say, sleep is very important. Let me go ahead and stretch those. Let's see, to the right a little bit. Now let's go to the left a little bit. Now let's go back a little bit. And then front a little bit. And it's the weekend. No need to sleep. I'll have you know, my day consists of waking up, hopefully 9 a.m. or, wake up at 9 a.m., go to bed at 2 p.m. That is my day cycle. So I try to get all I can get done, but coffee time definitely can depend. I probably have at least 1 cup, 2 cups sometimes in the evening to go around as a 6 p.m.-ish mark. That way I can still stay up for another, what would that be, 6 plus 12? 8 hours! I think that's math. And salt? I'm telling ya, if you want to sleep, not affected. Well, the thing is, you don't have to have it in order, you don't have to have ADHD for it to affect you in that way with the dopamine. But I do get what you're saying. It's been suggested before. Oh boy, I so wish coffee affected me, because can you imagine how effective I would be? If I'm not streaming, I'm very sleepy. There's only 2 modes I have. Sleepy, up. That is all. Yeah, I drink coffee, not for the caffeine, because it doesn't affect me. I drink it for the taste. I drink it to make me feel adult and big and strong, because that's all what business adults do. They say, don't talk to me until I've had my coffee. Or they go to a work meeting and they make friends by giving out coffee. I could simulate it in my heart. Let's do some neck exercises, shall we? Let's go to the right a little bit. Then let's go to the left a little bit. Imagine this. You walk into a haunted building. The further you explore, the atmosphere is getting scarier. Then suddenly, you walk into a room with a broken elevator, and you hear a faint voice saying, "Hi, nice seeing you here. It appears the elevator's broken. Can I take a minute of your time?" When you say it like that, check, it sounds a little spooky. Don't talk to me until I've had my pre-workout. It's the only thing that gives me energy. Crazy. I could never work out first thing in the morning. And I'll survive with my coffee, but you might not. And is that Musashi? Welcome to stream. Welcome in. I can certainly try again on the name, but welcome in all the same. And you don't drink coffee to wake up, you wake up to drink coffee. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't try to drink a lot of coffee, but I like waking up to a cup of coffee. That is enjoyable. And hi, Katsa on keyboard. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. Hi, I hope everyone is having a great day, and if you're not, please reconsider. Welcome into you too, and the same goes to you as well. My day's going great so far though, and ads should be just up, so welcome back from the ads. Welcome back. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything, and then we'll get back into things. So let's see, and then it's just a banana in the elevator. Ooh. Let's see, I don't like coffee, but I still drink it because I learned to like and want to be a business person. That's understandable, yeah, you get the feeling of it. And would you like to talk about our dishwasher extended warranty and wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey stuff? And if I don't exercise first thing in the morning, I'm sleepy all day. Interesting. And I keep getting kidnapped? No kidnapping is happening here, I assure you. None! And I'd like to talk about some Wizard Cafe game, actually. Oh boy, warm greetings. Warm and threatening. And hi, knickknacks. Welcome into stream. Hello. Welcome in to you as well. So, let's get back into things now that the ad break is done, shall we? What we were working on was that we are changing the sprites. I have a custom class in my game called an advanced sprite, and we're swapping out the Godot sprite for my advanced sprite. That's what we're doing at the moment. And right now, we're trying to swap out this key sprite. You can see this is a sprite, this is a sprite, and these 2 guys are my advanced sprite. So we need to swap these guys out with these guys. That's what we're doing. And hello to Ornithology. Possibly? You can tell me how to try it again, and I'll certainly try it again, but welcome into stream, and hello, I am at work, so I may lurk a bit. No worries, feel free to come and go as you please. It's just, and thank you for saying hello in the first place, and thanks for lurking. So, right, to do this and warm, that's burning hot, past the melting point. And thank you for lurking as well, Nick. And hi, Minister of Defense, so many names. Hello, welcome into you as well. And what's happening, Captain? Welcome in. We are currently refactoring, so we're cleaning up code, and what we're doing is we're taking these two sprites, we're deleting them, and replacing them with these two. So that's the code we're trying to do at the moment. And you got it right? Lovely. And not a fan of Sprite? Can I use 7-Up instead? And oh, thank you for the 200 bits. Is it going to do the sound effect? Maybe I can catch it before. But thank you, Minister of Defense. Very different. Minister of Defense for the 200 bits. Thank you. And it seems like the audio isn't going to audioing, but I did catch it. Interesting. Hold on, if I swap over to here, is it still not quite happy with certain things? Which is a shame, but I did catch your thing, and thank you again. And you deserve much more viewers, you're very sweet. And welcome to you as well, Rare Laurel. many names. Well, welcome in, and thank you again. And are you natural purple? Always been purple, always has been. So let's see here. I wanted to take a look at this guy. You can see there's sprite and there's skull icon. These are the two guys we want to change up. So instead of the sprite and skull icon, what they're going to be are the background and space sprite. Oh, space sprite should also not be spaced like that. And background, there we are. And I can just drag and drop our space sprite, and then our background will go here, like that. So these guys are going to get modified. And let's see, as far as coffee and ADHD, the data suggests coffee not energizing people with ADHD is spotty at best. It is a stronger correlation with a poor circadian rhythm. You know, that makes sense. My sleep schedule is not the best. And I suggest caution with self-diagnosing based off the interaction you have in coffee. Oh yeah. That's why I said, it doesn't mean just because, but it could also mean a sign you have to look out for. And Minister of Defense, more Minister in France. Let's see. I'll go ahead and save this guy. And from here, what we have to do is at our function ready, what we'll say is that our background has to be updated, right? So what we'll do is say background, well, both of them. So we'll do background dot, and then we'll do set icon. So set icon, I believe, set icon. And then we do advanced sprite. So advanced sprite dot type, and then it's going to be TUI. And then we're going to do comma, and then it's going to be utility. And then it's going to be utility dot key UI. And then for our background, it's going to be our, let's see. For this guy here, what are you currently? You're like a dark purple. I don't think this is the purple we have. We might have to change the color, which is good. We can add it, we can modify it. So if I reopen our A sprite, showing for file manager, reopen it here, we go into A sprite, and just not if A then B. Yep, correlation does not equal causation. And what you can see here, right, is we have our none, we have all of these guys. So all I have to do is just add a new one here, and that's how I can add a sprite. So I can do Alt B to add a new frame. I then move you here, and this guy I'm going to call key. And then from there, we'll go ahead and copy this guy here, paste it here, and we need to grab the color. And I think it's this color here. Does that look like the color we're looking for? And I don't think my bulls will survive. Let's see. Yeah, this is like a dark but not too dark purple. And if I go back into here, let's see, draw here. I'm thinking it's this guy, right? That color. So we go back into key UI, go back into key, paste, save. That should be that guy. And then I just save it here. We go into programming here. And is this Godot? Yep, this is Godot. The most updated version of Godot. Godot's the only engine I know about, but I've been enjoying it. And I've been working on it for at least, I'd say, 1.5 years. This game I've been working on for a year, a little bit over a year, but I've been having fun with Godot so far. Oh, that definitely changes things. And air is purple. I am indeed. Purple's one of my favorite colors. Well, let me rephrase that. Pink, yellow, and blue. And pink's pretty close to purple, so you can kind of say, it's close enough. And let's see. What we'll do from here is we go into our key UI scene, and if I just re-import like that, we should now have in our animation player one that says key, like that. From there, what we do is we go into our utility. So we grab this utility guy here, and in our utility, we go up to our enum that we have up here, and now we add a key. So now that that guy's added, all we have to do is go back into our key guy here. Let's see that guy there. You don't say. It's a really weird word. Let's see. Key UI, and all I have to do now is do key, like that. And now the background is set. And another thing we need to do is do the space sprite. So do space sprite here, and then it's going to be key, and then it's going to be space, like that there. And now these two guys should be good to go. From there, what we can say is our skull icon. So this guy, I believe it gets used in 2 places. Yep, skull icon dot show. So I'm going to go ahead and hide our space sprite. And then from there, we do space sprite dot show. And that should take care of everything we need. And from there, all we have to do now is just move this guy here, move this guy here, delete you, because we don't need this guy anymore. And we go ahead and we delete. So let's see, you, because background is not needed. So now, everything is the exact same it was, just modified a little bit. Hold on, where are we at? Space sprite. Okay, good, we're fine. We're A-okay. This should be good to go, because if I hide this and hide this guy, yep. And if I hide this, show this guy here, yep. We just need the key UI to default be default. Oh no, not default, none. Because if it's a black box, we know we did something wrong. That's why we use a black box. Coffee and snacks. I hope to make some homemade jerky soon. I think it'll be a lot of fun. But jerky and coffee, now I don't know if that's a good combination, but I like a little bit of snacks here and there. So if we go ahead and we go into our obsidian here, or no, Godot here, and we go ahead and click on that guy there. Okay, and now this is the test. If we go into calibration, we click on start. Okay, it seems like the guy does not have a background. That's no good. Hold on. Key, in our key here, the sprite should be you. The background should be you. And you should, as soon as you're ready, background should be set to key, and space sprite should be set to space. So why are you angry? Why aren't you showing the background? That should be what it's doing. Coffee flavored jerky? Hold on now. We're talking snacks and drink. Hit. Was it always this way? I feel like there was a background to it. Okay, that works there. THEYO. Okay, so few things to modify. I'm thinking maybe this guy goes here. Let's try again. Let's see. I'll click on play. And then we go back to test your own songs here. And oh, I see some debugging errors as well. What are we seeing? Skull icon. Oh yeah, we don't need you anymore. And do we use you anywhere else in here? We do. Disable. Highlight. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Where are we using this at? That's what I'm wondering. If we go into our spellcasting minigame, we do Control F and disable. Are you used anywhere? No. Are you used in key listener? Disable. I don't think this guy's used. However, to check, right, all we have to do is just do that. And let's see if it pops up. And I don't think there was ever a background for the calibration. You know what? We can check. But right now, even the base game's not working. But we can certainly try. Let's see. So I click on this guy again. We go back to you here. There's no errors, thankfully. And now, THEY. Oh, that guy is way too small, or way too big. Let's see, E space. So I think what we have to do for the space sprite is reset the size or make the scale smaller, like 0.5. I think that'll fix it. I click play again. Let's see. And I just read that too. Good. Okay. So now that I have it half the size because it was double initially, are we good? Yep. A space S W E E, and then we have T. Good. It seems to be exactly the way it was. We just swapped things out, and these two guys are too pushed together. Let's modify that. If I go into my options screen, so go back into here, and we go into options menu here, we can see these two guys. Oh, never mind. It's this container. Where we at? Spellcasting options? Yeah, they're too close together, and we can change it. The game's so good, it don't even work. We're playing on easy mode. The UI is a funny thing, and you can see this guy here is known as an H box, and in my H box I have 2 different buttons, and right now the buttons are overlapping. To make it so the buttons are separated, what I have to do is go click on the H box, I go to theme override, I go to constants, and if I just bump up the separation, you can see it separates it a little bit. So now it doesn't look like it's squeezed together. I could even do this in the opposite direction if I really wanted to. That's how you would fix that there. And then I can go ahead and hide this guy since it wasn't visible because it's a setting. And now they should not be together anymore, which is good for us. So let's see. Now, if I go into this guy here, we're going to start. I click on escape. You can see they're no longer the guys. And what's also neat is I think I can do, yeah, neat. Okay, good. That's working the way it should. Back to main menu. So back to calibration. Let's see. So these guys don't have a background. Let's double check. I don't think they did have a background, but we can see. If we go into Obsidian, in Obsidian, we go back into Necrotype Cafe here. Necrotype Cafe. Hold on, let me close it and then click it again. There we are, good. Also, this is a nice song. What song is this? Adventure Board. Oh, I was wondering, I was thinking to myself, this is a new one. This is from Deltarune. Well, it's not from Deltarune, but it's Game Chop's redo of Adventure Board. If you're interested in the music, because I'm liking this so far. It's new. I usually hear the same music over and over. I should be able to do this. It should send you to the person that did the music. But yeah, there's some new songs here. Yeah, that's definitely Deltarune. Let's see. I'll click on Run Game super duper quickly here. And then let's see if what the spaces look like. And I died again. Every time the game loads in my Obsidian, it doesn't like it. Okay, let's see. Go here, calibration, and yep, never mind. Yeah, you're absolutely correct, check. It does not show up here currently, which is good. Good to know. Okay, and it's from the board. Yep, Adventure Board. It didn't click at first, but yeah, Adventure Board. Let's see. Let's go back into programming here. Lovely. Okay, so now that it's good to go, what we'll do next, and also, the audio, is that the right font? It doesn't look like these fonts, does it? So let's modify that font. If we go into our UI here, UI, and the first one I believe, possibly, it does sound like the it's the Adventure Board, but I'm not sure which comes first. If I go back into my, let's see, close this guy here, and then I go into my theme, I should get my UI theme, and then from there, if I slide this guy up, what I want to do is modify this guy here, this tab, and to do that, let's see, we have to do not options bar, we're looking for, let's see, tab container. So if I click on this plus guy and I go to tab container, so this guy here, and I click add type, you can see now, tab container has been added, and you can't see because you're behind me. Goes on, I slide you, nope, I want to slide me over, that way you can see. There you are. And from there, what I can do is if I click on this font here, and I just grab my Fredoka, so my FRDD, so that's the one we've been using, and I add it into there, look at that, now it's modified. Anywhere this uses theme, it updates it everywhere, which is really nice. And from there, you can also see that color, it's not that creamy color. So to update that color, I just have to go to, let's see, font disabled color, font hover color, font selected color. Yeah, okay. So we'll do drop mark color. I don't know what drop mark is. So we'll just make it the other color. So I'll click the plus here, and then I'll grab the color of the cream, like that there. And now, let's see, font hovered color. So I believe this should be, let's see, it goes from brown to white. So I think this is fine. We just need to make this creamy. So I'll just grab this, and I'll go creamy all around. So like that there, and then we have you here, and then we have you here, and then we have you here, and you here. So now we have that as a cream. And then for our unselected color, oh, yep, I know that one. And hi, Mr. Dream Studio. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And hi, Split Mango. Welcome in as well. Welcome to the both of you. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. It's always a fun day when I get to refactor. I need to do it way more often than I'm currently doing it, but I'm enjoying it. And welcome in. And I'm vibing with the spoopiness of the Gaster theme. I hope they posted it on this on Spotify too. Yeah. All the music you're hearing is currently Spotify, and all the music you're hearing is all Game Chops. And they recently came out with a Deltarune piano cover playlist, so that's what's been added. So it's funny it did a Deltarune back-to-back, because they also have on here like Mario and, what is it, Legends of Zelda and things of that nature. So it's interesting. We'll grab that color there, and now everything should look more aligned with everything else. And this one is so immediately clicked. Yeah, it's nice, it's relaxing. Okay, so I believe now the UI should be better. And if anything, right, we could even update this little pointer guy. For example, let's see. Well, actually, I don't know what you are. What are you? If I hide and show you here, we go into this scene here. Oh, look at that. We also have some funny guys that are not doing their thing currently. So I select all of this here. I go back to theme here. And then we go and select you. So now that they're all selected, it should all... Oh, it doesn't. Interesting. That's good to know. All right, then. We just have to go through and add the UI theme to all of these. So we add to you, we add it 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 to you. I feel like there's got to be a faster way to update all the UI theme everywhere. I just don't know of it yet. We have you here, we have you here, and we have you here too. Lovely. And oh yeah, I did have a test bar, didn't I? A test button. You know what? Maybe that would be a good idea to test again. I don't think it's enabled, but I did have that there for things. So you know what? Saving that for later. But what we can see is, oh, also this guy here. Let's change that color. I want to make sure I do that before I forget. So our progress bar, that yellow was too yellowy. I needed a better yellow. So if I click this color here, you can see it's a style box, and this is the color. So background is a brown, and then the fill is the yellow color, and this is a progress bar. So to change the color, I have to click this guy, and it opens up a color UI you can't see, but a color wheel. And then I can just modify the color wheel. So I can make this guy up a little bit more, and that's definitely nicer. Something like, let's see, that there. I like that better. Banana yellow is perfect. This is not banana yellow. This is mustard yellow. Thank you very much. And this, oh, I did read that. Good. This is not banana yellow. I will say that for certain. Let me maybe make this up a little bit more. Up there. Yeah, okay. And then what I wanted to see about was the slider. And you can see this is called an H slider. So to modify the slider, all I have to do is click on plus, and then I click on slider. So H slider, I click on add type, and now we have the slider. So the grabber area, grabber highlight, all I want to do is go to our grabber here. And our grabber, you can see, is an icon. Interesting. Okay, I won't worry about this then, because I'm guessing I'll have to change out the image. If I click on plus here, yeah, it's a UI image. So saving that for later. We don't need to go down that road. That is more work than we need to do at the moment. These are still placeholders, so I don't need to worry about it for the moment. And what's new here? Welcome back, Midjourney. Welcome back. And the fastest 12 tracks I've ever added to my liked songs. Yeah, I was so surprised to see they came out with it. And mustard yellow, a color you can taste. I don't know about that one. Whenever I think this, I see sunny and cheery. That's what I see. And I do that. Good. And what's new here? We just finished up updating. Yeah, we just finished up updating the UI theme because I deleted it before, so a lot of things went back to default. So the UI theme has been updated, and we've also updated the sprites on our key and key listener. So now they should be more aligned with everything else. So let me go ahead and save this guy so that I also don't run out of places. So you'll do a save here. Yep. Okay. Commit and sync. And that looks like what's floor sign yellow too? Is that even a color? And oh yeah, I understand yellow being a color you can taste. The immediate zing of lemon. You know what? I can see lemon being a color you can taste. I tend to feel colors more than I can taste colors. So let's see. If I go ahead and close this guy again, we were in kitchen. And what started us down this path was our rhythm manager here. And I was trying to change the rhythm manager name, and it ended up not liking it, which is okay, you know? However, I do want to change this to spell casting. If we open up assets, that's what we were working on. We were working on our key UI, these guys. So now that we have the key UI up and running, I should be able to, let's see, delete this. It's saying it's still dependent in rhythm manager calibration screen. So let's go back to our calibration screen. Calibration screen's still using this guy somewhere. Where are we using it at? Let's see, key listener here. It's an advanced sprite. I think we're good. Oh, skull. These skulls. Oh, I forgot about you guys. Oh, okay. We have to modify these guys too. And way back at home, lemons were so much stronger than where I live now. Well, that's a shame. I can bite into an American-Canadian lemon. Oh my. Let's see. I need to drag and drop these key UI. And then we need to change out the name. So it's going to be skull. And I'm wondering if I can just do that. Skull A2, yeah. And if I do Control D, I can duplicate them. So this is going to be skull A, and this is going to be B2, B2, and this is going to be C2. So now what we need to do is these guys are the old sprites. We need to turn it into an advanced sprite. An advanced sprite doesn't exist in Godot. It is a class I created. So we are just now swapping out these three guys for these three guys. And to do that, what I have to do is I have to go to skull C, for example here, and I have to grab the transform. So I have to grab the position, copy value, and then I go into my skull C here. I then go into transform, and I can paste the position if I right click it. So now it's here, which is nice to see. And then from there, we can see the scale is not big. So if I go to skull C again here, our scale is that amount. So I can go ahead and copy our value, then I can paste the value here. Right click and placed. There we are. Something like that. However, I don't think that's going to be what I think it's going to be. So I'm going to imagine it's going to be divided by 2. And I believe to divide this by 2, I have to do \2, enter, and do something like that. I think that does it. So this will be the scale we use. So I copy the value here, and I'll go ahead and I'll paste the value here. So right click, click paste, and then I can right click this guy and click paste on the scale. And now we just have to do the positions. And surprisingly, not surprised? What do you mean? And Asia's the best you'll get? I see, and I'll get no worries. Yep. And let's see, I didn't read that too. Good. Okay, so save that guy there. And now we grab the position. So I'll copy it, right click, copy value, and we're just updating it. So we're grabbing the positions of the new guys or old guys and setting them for the new guys. So that guy will get pasted here. And then lastly, we have, let's see, we have you here. Yep, and then we have you here. So skull B is the last one. We'll grab the position, so copy value, and skull B, we'll go ahead and paste the position, like that. So now we have all 3 guys. Next up we need to is we need to grab the code. So what I'll do here is I'll go ahead and I'll say to access this unique name, save it here. We go back into the scripts. I go ahead and slide this guy down. We go back up to here into our calibration screen, and this is where these guys are being modified at. And just Europe here, not north enough. Ah, interesting. It's always neat to see people from different places. And how north are we talking here? So let's see. These are sprite 2Ds at the moment. So all I need to do is, and I'm checking here as well. Skull, middle, yep, okay. So to modify these guys, all we have to do is, I'm gonna guess, we delete you here. Yep, delete you. You're going to be animated, or advanced sprite, ADVAN, advanced sprite. So you go from sprite 2D to advanced sprite here, and it's going to be an advanced sprite over you. It's going to be you here, and it's going to be then skull A. So we can go ahead and get rid of that. Skull B, rid of that. Skull C, like that. And that should modify everything that we have already. So I'm doing a quick check here to see if there's anything else that would need to be swapped out. I don't believe so though, because you can see this tween property is how we're transforming the skull across the screen, how we're sliding it. If I look anywhere else, yep, good. So the idea is that we have 3 skulls here. You can't see them, but there's 3 skulls. And this skull moves to this position. This skull moves to this position. And this skull gets hidden. So it looks like there's multiple skulls coming in when there's only ever 3 skulls. And I just read that, yes. So with all of that said and done, last thing we have to do is we have to grab the 3 skulls. So what we'll say is on our func ready, so back up here, and we'll say for skull, and then in skull array, skull underscore array, and let's see. What we'll say is skull dot, and then we'll have it do set icon, and then we'll have it say advanced sprite dot type, and then do dot, and then it'll be key UI, and then we'll do utility, and then we'll do utility dot, and then we'll do key UI, and then we'll do dot, and we'll do, let's see, space. And now it'll set all of these skull sprites for space when we're in the game. Fingers crossed. And hi! Was it Dematrix or was it Demastrix? I can never remember between the two, but welcome into stream. Welcome in. And who is Winter? And why are they going so much? Let's see. Close you here. Ba-bum. And why are we angry? I did see that. Set animation not found. Oh, hold on. You don't have to. Well, animation player.play name. Yeah. Space. Oh, hold on. Icon, new value here. Yep. Let's go back into our calibration guy. And first, you managed to make a new pronunciation for my name? It is a tricky name. Demastrix. Tricky. It's tricky, I tell you. Let's see. Skull.setIcon, advanced sprite key UI. For some reason, it does not like this here. Animation not found in space 2, space 3, all these guys here. And I'm wondering why. There should be no space 2 or space 3 or any of that. In such honor. Join the club! Oh boy. Let's see. These guys here are correct. We have animation player and Then we have KUI. So I'm wondering why so mad? Let's see. And I'm sad I never got to hear. I for the longest time said, what is it? I said sec. And then he said, it was like check, like checkmate. So I agreed, did it. And do you make your own sprites? Yep. Everything you're seeing in my game is made by me, from the music to the art to the programming. Let me go ahead and do this here, so you should be able to see it. And I'm wondering, why are we getting angry debuggers? It's still saying the set icon animation not found. So what I'll do is I will cancel out the cancel out the loop to see if that's the reason why. Because we have a skull array, and then we have for skull and skull array, skull.set. It should loop through all the skulls, but it's not quite doing that. So I'm gonna do Control K on the selected area to remove it all. And Kazakhs, you know what? That's pretty close too. Let's see. Which software do you use to make the music? I use at the moment. You know what? I have an answer. There you go. That should answer it. I don't remember the software off my name, but you should be able to find it on the FAQ page. I just don't remember the name at the moment. I think it's MuseScore. I could be mistaken, but you should be able to find all the programs I use there. So let's see. I'm gonna save that there, and then what I'll do is I'll go back to play, and if we still get that error, then we know it's something else. But we don't get that error. So it's safe to say, first skull and skulls. How about that? Are you happier with that? Click on play again. Let's see. Any happier? You are not happy. So it seems to be the case something is going on with our skulls. We have skull A, skull B, skull C. Yeah, and I'd like to loop through it, but maybe, excuse me. Let me blow my nose. We're good to go. I feel much better now, and I've got some sanitizer on hand too. And gotta go now. Good luck, Eris. Have a good stream. Thank you, Hollow. Thanks for stopping by and hanging around and chatting for a little bit. I hope whatever you get up to is a lot of fun. So let's see. I'm wondering, is it the case, because we have this skull A, skull B, skull C, is it saying it doesn't recognize these guys? So for example, if we go to our calibration and we go ahead and do you here, and we grab you, yeah, it's the same. It's the skull A, B, C. So this should be better, right? It should work. And that really resembles the name in my language though, unfortunately. Interesting. Let's see. I want to try doing this here, and then we'll do dot, and then we'll do this here. So if this does work, then we know for some reason it doesn't like looping over. If it doesn't work, then it's a different issue. So let's see. And it wasn't, oh good, lovely to hear. There should also be a link to the website at the bottom of the image too. And hi, actual cannibal panda. What a name. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And for some reason, looping did work, or not looping it. So I can do, instead of the for loop, I can just do skull A, B, and C. It does the same exact thing. I just like loop. The loop is 2 lines, this is 3 lines. So I mean, I guess the thing with the loop though is that if I accidentally need to change one of these, I have to change them 3 times. That's why the loop is nice, but let's make sure it's working. Maybe then it'll be a different issue. So back in the game, interesting. It seems to be the case. Space 2 and space 3 are not happy. Okay, hold on. Let's go to back to here. Interesting. Okay, so skull B is KUI. It is the animation player, and we just want to set it to space, but for some reason it doesn't like setting it to space. And just to double check as well, let's see. I'll go ahead and I'll grab these 2 guys here and drag and drop them by holding down shift like that. Never mind, holding down control like that. There we are. And grabbing you, and then grab and drag and drop there. Okay. Hi, Devil R. Lots of names. I'm so surprised, but welcome into stream. Hello. Welcome in. Let's see. Okay, so now that we have these 3 guys, it was these 3 guys at the bottom it didn't like doing, and it was saying animation not found space 2. But I'm wondering, why is it saying space 2, space 3 when those aren't a thing? And especially because A works properly, it's just B and C that it does not like looking at. Just super duper funky. For example, if I click play here, the first one out of the 3 works. But if my hypothesis is correct, if I click play again, it's going to be really angry. And did somebody say double check? Check, 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 check. Let's see. It's now okay. And if I do both of these, are you going to be angry still if I click play again? It's nice to see you on 2 sides of the screen. Check. Isn't that interesting? And gigantify. Hold on. Is it a thing that plays across the screen I can't see? Or I don't. Oh, it is something I can't see. I just saw the same mode and I just can't. I believe that one's made by Santa, if I'm not mistaken, right? No, it's made by Ulki. Yeah. It's a lovely one. Wrong name. Ulki. I'm glad I added the names too. It makes it easy to credit, but I like it as well. They're so silly. Let's see. So I'm wondering why, when one of these is set, it works fine. When both of them are set, it does not like doing it. For example, if these 2 are good, then it's fine. If I then if these 2 are enabled, then it gives me an error. If only one is enabled, it does not give me an error. Why is my next question, which I don't know. Let me get some coffee and then we'll see if we can brainstorm. Yo, what's the tropical one? Let me grab the name. Yeah, Paradise. All right, coffee. All right, good to go and well hydrated. Let's continue. And that's the second word? Ah, I see. And coffee is the ultimate debugging tool. It is indeed. Caffeine doesn't work on me, so I merely drink it for the mood, for the vibes. And let's see. I'm just wondering, why is it the case that it doesn't like both of these guys? For example, if I do skull B, skull C, it's going to give me an error because all 3 are enabled. So why is it the case that when I do one, it's fine, but multiple? And probably my least favorite chapter 3 song. Interesting. Yeah, chapter 3. I'd say chapter 3 didn't really have much of my favorite songs. Chapter 4 though. Chapter 4 is good. Chapter 3 does have some good ones. And what's the error message? We are getting animation not found, space 2 and space 3, which is odd because it's the same exact wording, but it's the same exact wording because what I mean is it's saying space 2, space 3. Why is it saying space 2 and space 3? The spaces here are supposed to be, let's see, animation played name. Okay. We have a new value here, and we take the animation type. That's where this comes into play at. So my question is, I'm guessing the name is going to be the space 2, space 3. Print name. I click play here. What do we get? Let's see. We get default, test, and then space 2 and space 3. Why though? And chapter 3 lacks the quantity though? Oh, though when it's peak, it's peak. I'm glad you enjoy it, Jack. I do. I like that there's certain parts I like. I really do enjoy it though. That's good. I'm wondering why is it giving us 2 and 3 at the end? That's my next question. If we go back into our calibration screen, we have here set icon, advanced type, key UI, and it's the same exact for both of them. If I just curiously enough do the int of, let's see, it'd be 0. So if I just make this 0, does that work well? Does that work out? Because that is the index we're looking for. This is -1, this -1, 0, and then 1, 2, and so on and so forth. And hi, Mr. Retector. Welcome into stream. Welcome to fixing a bug. He came at a great time. If I click this, yeah, isn't that odd, right? It is giving me different numbers still. It's giving me 2 and yeah, odd. It seems to be the case. It increases that number for some reason. It adds a number somewhere, despite it being something else. We have this works, that's what that test is. And then we have default, we have test, or we have, yeah, space. Why is that, do you think? If we go here, this default works. And I'm curious as well, if I just copy this guy here, you know, it could be a case of maybe it's copying and pasting it. that's the only other thing I can think of. Because I've duplicated before, and it's gotten a little wonky if I duplicate sprites sometimes. So maybe what I need to do is, instead of the duplication, what I could try to do is, if I first hide this guy here, I'll go ahead, I'll copy it, and I will duplicate it from here, possibly. Maybe. Instantiate child scene. But it could, and you showed me jazz and spooky 8-bit music, and I'm defeated. I did have jazz for a while, but I think the piano is overall just a better vibe setter. But I do like the jazz. The jazz era and the cutesy one was also a nice era. The lo-fi. We never did lo-fi. I don't think lo-fi was ever done. Let's see. So from here, what I'll do is I'll go into our assets, and I'll go into the UI, and I'm going to drag and drop this guy again. And we're going to just move this guy to where these guys are. So this guy has to be copied with position, and it also has to be copied with scale. So copy value on here, and then I can go to transform, and I can paste value, like that. This guy also has to be copied, so we copy position, copy value, and then we can paste value. So transform, paste value, like that. And then from there, we can copy the value of the scale. So copy value, and then if I go ahead and paste the value here, and I go ahead and paste the value here, now there's no duplication going on. And if I just delete these guys, yep, and I move this guy back down, so these guys now go underneath, you then are right-clicked, so you're also access this unique name, and then it's going to be skull, it's going to be B, and then we need one for skull C. So this will take care of the idea of the duplication and everything, but I don't know if that's the issue. We can at least say that is that done. And if I go ahead and do you here, there we are. Okay, click play again. I don't think it's going to fix it, but sometimes you never know. But at least now, no duplication, we know for certain, is not going on. So now it's just a matter of, why are we getting those additional numbers afterwards? If we go into our function here, so into our set icon function, what I'll check is that new value number. So instead of that print name, we'll print, print name plus new value. New value. And we'll do, let's see, we'll move them together, do plus, and then do string, and that value is an int, so we have to do it like this. So we'll be able to see the number beside it. These guys should give us 0, 0, 0, 0, because if we look at our, let's see, this guy here, you should be able to see this is -1, and then this is 0, and then that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're looking for it to say 0 because that's what the index is on. So 0 here. Let's go ahead and click on play here. Let's see what it gives us and see if we can figure it out from there. If it lets me play it, go ahead, Godot, give me your best shot. We have, interesting. So it does give us the correct ones. We have 3, we have 2, 2, and 2. Why is it 2? Hold on. Oh, actually, never mind. It shouldn't matter. I take that back. It should not matter on the index because that's not what it's looking at. It is looking at, where are we at? With our, not key, our key Y. It's not looking at that because it's just grabbing from the name. So we're good. That's not a part of it at all. And was the spooky music last year? I recall fantasy music being there for the vampire guy dice book thingy, but not spooky. It was a little bit, it was spooky. The certain ones that were really spooky themed, like the vampire guy, was spooky. I want to try something like that again, but a little bit less, or something more cozy. That one was more spooky, but I want spooky cozy this time around. So we'll see, but we'll be doing that again and check. Yeah, I'm excited for that. So let's see. We'll go back into script here, and in our guy here, since we did get these numbers, for some reason, it's the name that gets weird. You can see name equals string, and then we do find key value to upper. So what I'll do is I will remove you here, and I will then grab our type, and it's going to be typed true value. So if I do you, copy you, and paste you here, and I think you're going to be string as well. So do you here, that there. And do you have a music background? Nope. And how did you learn how to make music? Mostly winging it. I had the, well, I never know how to say it. I had the opportunity to get some help by streaming. when I streamed, some people who knew a lot more about music, like a music graduate and a music teacher, reached out to me to offer me some lessons or any help they could in learning music. So I did for about a few months or so, get some music teachings, some music lessons, which has been really handy. That's the only music background I have, is that I got a little bit of tutoring sessions for a little bit, and they've been really nice. So let's see, none default pressed. Okay, so that's good. That's right. This is all right. And with like 4K more subs / 1K more on Twitch, the chaos charts will be through the roof. I mean, I'm telling you, chaos is not it's not a thing here. It's an imagination, a figment of your imagination. Check. Let's see here. So this guy is doing it correctly. It's you, and then it's .find key. So I'm gonna do this next. So you here, and now let's have that print and play. And surely not. Exactly. I'm glad we can all agree. Surely not. And wild thing is, it's still saying exactly what it's supposed to be saying. It's saying space here. So, is it possibly the to upper that it's not happy about? For example, if I just remove the to upper, does that fix it? If I do that there, because that does give us that, and then I click play, what happens now? It still gives us this a debug. Why though? Animation player dot play, and now it gives us that there. And if we print name, it should give us what we're looking for, but it's still giving us, it's adding on that number. And so like YouTube chat, no! YouTube chat is a real thing, I assure you, check. I assure you, it's real. Let's see. Why is it doing that? Why is it adding the number afterwards? Is my question. So to answer that, I think we might have to break out the big guns. I wasn't looking forward to it, but it might be time to bring out the breakpoint. So for that there, we'll go ahead. We know the first two are correct, or never mind. I guess it won't breakpoint there. How about here? And we'll say, yeah, that there. Click on play. And let's go. I'm not happy about this, I'll be honest, but it's okay. Let me go ahead and skip this guy. So continue, and I believe continue again. And I believe this is the one we're supposed to be looking at. Go to output. Yeah, this is test. So we need to continue again. And now we're in the second space. And if we take a look at our values, for example, if I hover over new value, it says 2, which is correct. And I watch with great interest as I see errors cope with the fear of debuggers. There's no fear, just a distaste. Very big distaste. Instantly join the cult of debugging lovers. Never. I don't like it one bit. I don't enjoy debugging. I'd rather be refactoring. That was fun. This is not fun. I mean, you can't tell me it is, unless you like it. In that case, you know, you to each their own. But still, I say still. Let's see. New type, current value 7. And that's true. We go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. I did that first. Well, Frost, you know, I've been doing this for a good, I'd say, 7 years on and off for programming. And in the time I've known programming, I have never liked debugging. Never once. Not ever. And yeah, sure, this isn't like my head. Isn't this like my head? Both are mostly empty. Check. You're there, right? So you're present and just like death and taxes. Oh boy. We have here new value. New value has been set to 2, which is correct. 2 is here. Value, new value. Value now equals should be 2. Let's continue. Now that value is 2, if we scroll down here, we see value is 2, type is 7. So far, so good. It is correct. Debugging remains rough. The debugger, however. What do you mean? What do you mean, I say? Let's see. Type, new type. So type is 7. This should be 7. So if I go and enter here, type is now 7. If I scroll back up here, you should be able to see type 7, new value, new value. Good. So far, so good. Debugger. Now if we go into name here, what do we have? We have type to true value. Type. This guy we're gonna have to click on a lot. So I'll scroll up here, and what we're looking for is type to true value here. And what we're looking for is 7, I believe. And in 7 here, we have all these numbers. And if we check again, our value, so value is the number, I believe value is 2. So if we check, new value, 2, we go, let's see, 0, 1, 2, oh no, never mind, value's 2. This guy right here, I believe, because first it looks at, if we scroll back down here, we first check the type to true value. The type, which is 7. That's this guy here. Yep. And in that guy, we go back down here. We have, let's see, type true value, 7. And on the 7 guy here is where we have the 2. And this none default pressed space, this is 2, which is correct. And then from there, and when you befriend the debugger, your next enemy becomes 51/86 test passed. I never got into the batch testing, the bulk testing. I forget what it's called, but that never seemed like fun. I thought about going into a career of programming, but the idea of doing like that or memory allocation, no thank you. I'd rather just make games and play games. That's more fun. I like that a lot better. So let's see. In our space, which is 2, we should get the name. And if we enter here, let's see. Name now equals the string name print name. And the name gives us space. Or it should give us space. It should give us, we go back down here, 7, we have space. So is it because this is space 2, do you think? And games can absolutely have test 2? They can, but it's just not as common. And it's not fun, and it's an art. You know, some people do say that, you know, I can't knock them. Let's see. Okay, so find key, value, name. Yeah, okay. Let's go back down here, step into. And here is where we, for some reason, get space 2. So what I'm going to do instead is, how can we do this? Type, new type, name string. I'm wondering why is the name that? If we do print, and I go ahead and I start off by doing type true value, which is the type, and we know the type already is going to be utility key UI, and then the find key, and then that's where the value comes into place. So value, and if I go ahead and remove you here, undo you here, click on play here, and Unity is fun, the rest is pain. And I'm currently a student in a game design programming school. I was in one, then I dropped out. But it's because I realized I didn't want to go into like AAA game studios. I wanted to be an indie dev from the start, so that's the reason why I did. But I did enjoy my time in it. And let's see, find key, find underscore key, like that. There you are. My apologies, game. Try that now. Let's see, what are we saying here? And can isn't the same as have and should. What do you mean exactly? And from here, what I'll do is I'll do string, and then I'll do string, or var, string, or var, let's see, enum name, we'll make it string, and then we'll say equal to, like that there, and then we're gonna make you that there, and then that there, and now var enum name, like that there, and then we'll print you out that there. Try that. Since it doesn't like you doing it directly, what if I work around it? And honestly, if Eris has industry style test in place, she might, where did the space 2 and 3 come from? That's what I want to know. And let's see, if Eris has industry style test in place, she might have avoided entire coding streams worth of pain. There's a middle point that there's wonderful once you experience enough to do it. I do have a bit of industry style test. Yeah, I never got to the test module. I'm wondering, can I just do... I think I figured it out. The reason why is because the name of the sprite. Okay, I think I figured it out. The issue is that in here, and in here, right? In our calibration screen, the skull names are changed. Because the skull names are changed, it initially starts off at space, and then because space is already a thing, then it has to change it to space 2 because that name is taken. And then it goes to space 3. But because we want them to stay as the skulls, we need to do something a little bit different, which is the issue. So I'm wondering, can we, instead of do that, we'll do, instead of setting the name there, we'll do var, and then we'll set it to enum name, and then we'll set it to string, and then we'll set it equal to you there. So instead, go back down here, enum name equals string, like that there. And then from there, what we'll do is instead of setting the name to enum name, we no longer change the enum name. Now what we do is just do this, and then we set the enum name to that. And now, hopefully, because now it is an internal thing, we just set the enum name to what it is there. And now, hopefully, this should no longer get us an error, because we're not trying to change the name of the node itself. Figured it out. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear. Okay, good. Okay. Saying that, I'm going to save because that was a headache of a doozy. Let me make sure you're saved here and go ahead and do save. There we are, commit and push. And from our commit and push, next up what we need to do is, okay, so this is now good to go. We go back into our calibration and see if it's working. If it is working now with all the sprites good to go, then we can continue. For that, we have to make sure our key UI is set to default, or not default, none, because it needs to be black and dark and empty, like the soul. And from there, we click on play, and now in our game here, right? If I click start, skulls, look at that. Good, glad to see it, whatever that was. I'm not a programmer, but that sounds smart. To explain it as best I can, you cannot have duplicate names you can't have duplicate nodes. So for example, if I tried to rename this skull B to skull A, it won't let me because it's a duplicate name. Every name has to be unique. So if I click enter, it's going to go skull A2. So if I click enter, you can see A2. And the way the system was set up initially was that it changed the node name. It didn't change a variable. So because it changed the name of the node, it tried to search up the blank 2. In this case, it was space 2, because this one got set to space. So because of that, I instead stopped changing the name of the node, and I instead made it a variable so that any of this surface stuff doesn't get touched. It's now internally changing the names. So I'll set this back to B. Hopefully that was a little bit of a better clarification. And then we'll go ahead and save that there. I can go ahead and save this here since it says to be good to go. So save. Lovely. Okie dokie. And we'll sync that there. And from there, we'll go ahead and close this guy back up. We'll go back into kitchen here. We'll go back into rhythm manager. I really want to change this guy. So maybe not, we'll work on that now. We'll try to change the rhythm manager to spellcasting. The good news is though, and that's logical, thanks for that. Of course. I'm glad I was able to clear it up a little bit. Yeah, as I didn't even think of that, but it makes sense now that I think about it, why it was angry initially. So let's see. Assets here, key listener. We no longer need this key listener PNG. We can remove it. We no longer need the skull icon. We can remove it. We no longer need the space icon. We can remove it, which leaves us only with the key UI and key A sprite, which is good to go. That's good to hear. Next up would be that key GD and all of these guys that have to get modified. So that's what we'll be doing next. Before that, I want to see if it's possible to rename this guy. I tried before and it broke everything. So I'm going to try again and see if it doesn't break everything. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and save it. I'll make sure I triple save just to make sure, since we also deleted stuff earlier. So save. And now, because I saved, if something doesn't work, we can always just re-download the project from the Git repo if it does not work. As what I tried to do before was I tried to rename this guy, but it wouldn't let me. And I wanted to rename it to spellcasting. But it doesn't allow me. It says error moving. Resource Kitchen Rhythm Manager. So let's see why it says that error. You can't see the error, unfortunately, but I can show it to you. And from here, since we found an error, we now have to Google it. Remember what I said? Don't let the stuff fool you. Error says laser focus. Hold on now. I would certainly say my focus is not very lasered. You gotta remember I'm multitasking here. Focus lasering would be like headphones completely on in the zone. I do appreciate this little bit though, Frost. That's why I think if I set to myself to dedicate at least 30 minutes a day, I can get this done. I can knock it out. I've just been dilly-dallying. I've been programming and watching videos, things like that nature, where I have video going in the background, I'm watching it, or I'm listening to music with lyrics. If I sit down for 30 minutes and just have this music playing and have nothing else, no other stimulation except programming, I think I can do it. I think I can clear up this refactoring. I just haven't been doing it because, I don't even know why. But, I'm doing it now, and it's gonna get done. It'll be did. This is the error I was saying before, this guy right here. And I don't know what it is, so let's see if we can figure it out. Because I tried to change it in the files, it did not work, so let's fix it. If I go into my searches here, the error was, or I can also put as well here, I can put Godot 4 won't let me change folder name. And have to go? No worries, Check. Thanks for coming in. Good luck with rapidly reaping the creepy crawlies out of the system. Well, the good news is there's only one bug. I don't know how to fix that bug, but it's not a bug at the moment. It's just in the background lurking like you know, it's a Grim Reaper. But the one we were doing, good to go. Thank you. And they say if you can explain your thoughts to someone with little to no experience, you truly understand the thing. Oh, I have heard of that before. You gotta speak to it like it's a grandma, or like they're a grandma. And see you later. Yep. You just explain your thoughts to check. Ergo, you understand what you're doing. Oh, yeah. I understood it. The moment I understood it, it clicked. I'm really happy it did. So let's see. Changing names. Close all scenes. Make sure the files. Okay, so let's close all scenes. Close all scenes. Now can I rename you? We're the manager. I want to rename you to spell casting. Enter. It is still not letting me do it. Okay, what's step 2 of this process? And thanks for stopping by, Check. I hope you have a good one indeed. Let's see. Okay. A scene is still open. Window case sensitivity bug. Corrupted mesh lib. Let's see. What does the error say? I can't read it. It's so small. Error moving. Okay, let's see. Error moving. Okay, and renaming files and folders corrupted my scenes. Am I doing? Yep. Okay, I can't rename. So I'll open some of these guys and we can take a look at Googling as. I didn't think of it, or I didn't know it at the time, but one way to be a good programmer is to always Google. Google is your friend. If you're not using Google, if you're not watching tutorials and watching other people do things, you're gonna miss out on a lot of information. If you're stuck, you should seek help. Never suffer in silence. That's what it was. Especially when I was in college, my professors had to say, we're paying us to teach you, so use us as resources. And I was always the student who didn't like, you know, saying, hey, I need help. I just didn't do a thing. So I'm trying now in my older days to make sure if I'm stuck, I get help. The moment I realize something is beyond my means, I get help. I ask. There are resources to use, so why not use them? There's no reason not to, and apps already, my goodness. And Googling is a skill. It's hard to know how to Google. Yeah, Googling is a skill. And the funnier way is trying to explain something inanimate, like a rubber duck or plushie, in order to find the rubber duck method, my favorite. Let me go ahead and have the ads run since they are about to run. I didn't even know. And then we'll take a look at Google and we'll see what they're saying. So I'll go ahead and set that guy there and we'll be good to go. Lovely. Okie dokie. So with all that said, let me get some coffee. And first up is to google.com to get started. Like, and I have an adorable turtle that looks incredibly old that I talked to. Oh, that's cute. Well, you're giving the turtle wise old knowledge. Let's see. Like coffee. I assumed it was a turtle plushie. Oh boy, I assumed as much. It's not that I didn't think you had a pet, but it's like explaining to a turtle at your computer would be a little tricky, unless it was across the room in like a terrarium. Then I could understand. I used to own a turtle. Her name was Charlie. She was sweet and adorable. She was very old though. Not a snapping turtle. I don't remember the species, but she was fun while she lasted. Let me get some more water. And I said water, but it's coffee. Potato, lives in the veins all the same. Let's go ahead and do some stretches, shall we? So let's see. We'll start off by going to the right. And then we'll go to the left. And I'm back. Maybe mods get returned from ads faster? Possibly. Let's go to the back. Let's go to the front. And then let's do some neck stretches. Explaining code to a real turtle should be considered. Well, see, Trenner, you're making the turtle smarter. Don't you want a smarter turtle? Let's go ahead and set our head to the right and back too. Well, aren't you too lucky? We'll go to the right. We'll go to the left. Then we'll go to the, we'll go up a little bit. And then we'll go down a little bit. And then we'll go to the right a little bit. And then we'll go to the left a little bit. Just make sure, you know, you're not staying too sedimentary, I think is the word I'm looking for. Oh boy. And if my turtle gets too smart, it'll be armed with a giant hammer and metal armor. Why does a turtle need armor? They already have armor. They're already cool to go. Let me get some more coffee. Sedentary. Thank you. Was it copious, possibly? Thank you. Yeah, sedentary. That's the word I'm looking for. Words are very funny, aren't they? But thank you. And also, start eating pizza. Oh boy. Let me get some more. Sedimentary. Oh, that's a hard word. Okay, hold on. Just so we're on the same page and you all know that I'm not that's the word. That's the word. I just like you all to know that from copious. Okay. Sedimentary. Huh? Hold on. And sedentary is lazy? Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. I said you should stretch because you don't want to become lazy or you don't want to stay in one spot. That's why I use that word, but they got lost a little bit in realizing what specific word. The hammer of justice intensifies. Oh, no, meant. Sedimentary is, rock. I mean, you might as well be a rock. Welcome back from the ad breaks, though. Welcome in. We were about to look at some Googling. So let me make sure these guys are good to go. Okie dokie. Let me also close you here. Crash, can't remove. Let me see if I can find any other Reddit things to look at. Okay, let's take a look at these two guys. See if there's anything we can look at. So I should be able to go into you here. And it should bring you into browser. So let's take a look, shall we? Why? So that's not what I wanted to click. Close. Thank ya. Zoom in. Alright, hi all. I renamed some trace files since none of my game was broke. I know there's some catch going on, so I discarded everything via Git. However, the game was still broken. Instead of trying to fix it, I pulled my last working commit. What is the best practice for renaming files? Rename them all from the editor. And spend a tiny bit of attention when using, And spend a tiny bit of attention to what is using what. Interesting. And sedentary, lazy. Gaia, sedentary. Is that better? And it's like two friends who hang out under the couch and rot together. No move. Yeah. When in doubt, just go back to caveman. No move. Ooga booga. Let's see here. On Godot 4.1, moving and renaming in the editor. Let's see. Maybe every time it's been roulette. Luckily, it's getting fixed. That's been a while. Right now, we're in Godot 4.5, I believe. And let's see what happens. For projects extremely fragile, external refactoring. Yep, I tried that before. Not a good idea. And lazy is being used loosely here. It actually just means inactive. Yeah, well, I mean, you can be inactive from being lazy, or vice versa. But again, causation and correlations and things of that nature. And let's see. Back up your cache locally. I use git. Click the file, press F2. This will go through the engine and reference. Okay, let's try that. So I click on the file, resource manager. I click F2, and then if I do spell casting, enter, didn't work. It gave me the same exact thing. Okay, so that guy, not working. Make sure to close all your scenes. My scenes are all closed. Windows, yep, I just deleted a script that was no longer using fair test scene. So this guy didn't work out. And what if you completely close Godot and then reopen the project and try renaming it? I can certainly try. Let's see. I'll close Godot, close it entirely, reopen it. So reopen Godot about here. And our streamer is sedentary. Hold on now. Ment is rock, right? So I am not sedentary. I think I understand now, and that's not true. I move around, and I'm about to start getting back into swimming, so that'll be a lot of fun. Let's see. And I did read that too. Okay. So I closed Godot. I reopened it. I closed all the scenes, and then I went down. I went to Rhythm Manager, which I want to rename to spell casting. Enter. Still got the same error, so that's not the answer. Thank you for the suggestion, though. So let's see. Go back into here. So, renaming files in folders corrupts my scene. Am I doing something wrong? I almost always regret renaming a file or a folder because it often causes other scenes to become invalid or corrupt. Even if I change the name of the file or folder back to what it was before they remain corrupt, which means everything since my last commit. Commit. Am I doing something wrong, or is it known Godot for a bug? Also 2 years ago. And oh, it's awesome. Glad you're getting into some exercise. Yeah. I have a standing desk that I use. I also have like a little treadmill, but I want to find exercise that's fun. I also play Beat Saber from time to time, but I want exercise. I don't like exercise. So that's where the Beat Saber comes in. An actual sport will be swimming, which should be a lot of fun. And I would hope not, though, for a rock to be so entertaining would change the way I view rocks. You rock. Let's see. Okay. So, one word of advice for Windows, in addition to what others have said, renaming a file from uppercase to lowercase will show the change in Godot. The file system will not reflect the change. This means that when exporting to web, rename the thing using the Godot editor so it can update the various resources paths. Nah, I think Godot's just a little flaky in the area. I have heard numerous crashes and corrupt scenes. You know, I wonder, how did my game get corrupted? Is that what I was talking about? It makes me wonder if maybe I renamed something and it got corrupted that way, and then I didn't have a backup, so I couldn't undo it. You know what? That could be it. Rename and move in Godot editor. Close and open tabs and files between removing. You're not doing anything wrong. This is a Godot issue, more you here, so we'll reopen that or open that up. Let's see. I like Godot, but to be honest, my answer is to your question is, am I doing something wrong? The answer is actually Godot is doing something wrong. I try to minimize it when I have to do it. I close everything, save, commit, reopen. You know what? I got a question. Can I go into programming here, right? What if I just make a new folder and just do spell casting, right? And then what if I just what if I just gonna grab all of these guys here and I just gonna and then I just do and problem solved. There we go. If I cannot change the folder, make new folder. Did it work? Hold on. Yeah, that worked. Well then, I fixed it. Let me go ahead, go here, here, you there. Lovely. Okay, well, that's good to know. And especially in the future, since Godot didn't like doing it. Modern problems require modern solutions. Let's double check, make sure everything's still working. Yep, it is. Good. Okay, well then. Yeah, put outside the folder. Oh boy. Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. I'm back from her folder black magic. That's what it feels like. I feel like I just did an illegal move. Well, good news is now we have the folder as the correct name. Good to know. And now I'll also save it as well. Oh boy. We'll save it and say moved files. Hi, the Disco, right? If I recall. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And my conjecture was that the folder was being counted as in use until you move the files out of it. Well, Frost, the file, if you edit the file, like if you close Godot and then you edit the file in the, Explorer, it still became corrupted. I did try that too. And now the real question is, will Git be happy about it? Yeah, Git's pretty happy. It let me sync the changes and everything, so we're good. We're a-okay to continue. We have a breakpoint now. And I did read that, yep. And good. I did read that too. Oh, I was just to reduce the change of anything go boom. I recommend avoiding naming things with spaces. Yeah, the thing was, you have to keep in mind, Frost, this is a year-old code. This was before I figured out a good, a good name casing. Now I'm doing something more in line with what Godot suggests. So I'm removing a lot of spaces. And if I have to use spaces, I use underscore instead. So I'm going through and I'm also renaming files so they're more in line with what I'm looking for. If I click on this guy, I should be able to show you if I do this guy here. I'm following the Godot style guide. And if I scroll down, you'll be able to see their naming conventions. So I'm doing something more aligned with this. I'm taking this as my base. However, I modified it a little bit. So for example here, the enums are the same as constants, where they're just uppercase. I think that's the only change I made. Everything else I follow except for the enum portion. And now I did read that. Good. Lovely. And but the file's moving out. Let me grab that name. Here. It's odd. Now only YouTube is working. It won't. YouTube notifications, but not Twitch notifications. Interesting. But thank you to Mark for the subscription and welcome to stream. Welcome into stream from YouTube. And following the style guide mostly. Nice. I have, because of that background in C++, it's more natural for me to make the enums the constant case. So that's why. It felt a little too funny. Plus, it also lets me know it's an enum if it's all uppercase. And let's see. In 2 years, you'll get a random error, folder rhythm manager. Not found. Don't curse me like that, all right? I thought we were all friendly around here. That's an ooga booga curse. That's scary. Let's see. We'll go back into programming here. Now that we have that done, we can say for certain, assets complete. And I usually set my asset color to yellow. So I just right click it, and there should be an option called set folder color, and then I click yellow, and now it's yellow. And yep, we're cursed now. Oh boy, it's gonna be scary, I tell ya. Let's go ahead and close assets. Now we have other guys up on the menu. I'm just preparing for you for the future. That's not a future that I'll be a part of. I can change the future. I can make my own destiny. I decide what happens around here, right? Let's see. I have power, not power, unlimited power. I just haven't showed it off yet, that's all. Let's see. I'll go ahead and I'll open up our key scene. And this is what we have currently. You can already see there's a little bit of a space there and time to file that away for later. And hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome. Oh, you said you were lurking. And wait, I use yellow for assets too? Yellow is usually the color of art, I believe. There's been a discussion of what colors are associated with school subjects. Usually, I have math as blue. I have, let's see, science as green, art as yellow. That's usually where the colors come from. And let's see. Chad, is she spying on me? If I had to guess, that's why you did it yellow as well. So let's see. We have here a color rectangle. This guy is just for testing, so it's fine to keep. This guy here is just if I need it. But truth be told, maybe we remove it because it's not needed anymore. So you know what? I'll delete it. We then have our visual offset. I can go ahead, make sure that is that way. And then because it is being used in reference, we also have to make sure our visual offset is modified here so that it doesn't get angry at us. From there, we have background, that's good to go. We have sprite, and we have character. All of these guys are good to go. And first, she kidnaps me in an elevator, and now this unbelievable behavior. I have done nothing of the sort, all right? I use exactly those three colors for labeling those subjects in school as well. I have to wonder what that phenomenon is. People say the green, at least for science, is because usually people have to study biology and mitochondria as the powerhouse of the cell. That's why green is associated, but I don't know why the other colors, what they mean. And then history, I think, was red, or no, English. English was red. History, I don't remember what I did history as, but it was either history or English that was red. And we all know why yellow was so popular, and it's an elevator in a basement, double act. I mean, there's no windows, but that doesn't mean it's in a basement. And blue is cold. Blue is cold is math, biology is green? Yeah. Why? Cold is math? Why is math cold though? So let's see here. In our key, we just have to make sure the script is clean. So we take a look at our variables. Yep, that's good to go. I usually like to keep my on-readies together and my at export vars. This is fine to be sorted. We have can move. Is that used? That is moved. Is speed used? Speed is also moved. Then we have our offset position, which makes sense. Then we also have here our background set icon. Now, do we ever use this utility visual offset? Is that a thing? I've never heard of that before, so I want to see if we can find it. Utility.visual offset. Yeah, grab that guy there. Visual offset. Control-Shift-F. Fine. Where do we use this at? Key.visual offset. It is used in a few places, so it's good to say, or it's safe to say, don't delete it. Don't touch it. So I won't. Visual offset can stay around. I can also go ahead and close these guys here. So I'll close your listener here, calibration screen, since we only need to look at key right now. Let's see. Math is the least emotional subject. Interesting. Well, everything else attaches itself to reality in order to express itself. Well, well, the thing is, I always had really fun math teachers. It was always my favorite. I don't know if you can tell, math has always been a favorite, but they always brought a lot of energy to it. So I always saw math as that fun place to do numbers. But must be cultural. Nothing is common here. French was blue. Oh, I can see French being blue. Math is red. Interesting. History was green. Interesting. And physics and science was yellow or purple. Interesting. That's a new one. And this one goes to the top left corner. And I like to mix it on ready vars with exports and regular variables. I also name them as X, Y, and Z. I do my best to keep my variables as names I know, because I do my best to read it as English. And hi, Kelson Claude. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I've always done math as red. Interesting. Science is blue? Oh, English as orange, history as green. Interesting. I could certainly see English being a yellow or orange too, but history as green. And I'm joking? Oh, that's a lot better. I got a little worried there. I don't know what my justification for English being red would be, though. You can write your favorite foods in English. And I'm gonna ask my colorblind girlfriend which color she uses. I am curious to hear. Saying that, though, let's see. So this is needed. This is needed as well. And it also says to leave spaces or double enter between functions. So we'll do that there. We also have our set icon, which is good to go. And then we also have physics function. So all of these, good to go. I would say it's safe to say key can be checked off the list. We have key and key seam. So from there, I'm also thinking we add a folder. So what I'll do is I'll open up Obsidian again. I'll grab Obsidian. Obsidian, where are you at? I'm lost. Hold on. Obsidian. And then we'll drag and drop Obsidian here, like that. And then we can go back into our files. We'll go back into the refactor list here. We can modify a little bit. So now that we have, let's see, at the very bottom here, there we are. So in our spellcasting, assets, done. Key now, key needs to be in its own folder. So we shall do that. Create new folder. We're going to call it the key folder. It's going to be purple. And we'll drag and drop our key folder into there, like that. And we'll go ahead and do that as well for all the other guys. So our note here, and I'm wondering, what is note? Oh, I think this is where old code comes into play. Oh, you can't really see it. Hold on. That there. I used to make history gray using my pencil. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, history or English was usually red for me. They went together. They were my least favorite. And forgive me if I'm going a bit off topic, but I want to get a PhD tuber and I want to do like a spectral bartender. Depends where you're going on with this. Do you need a program recommended or a little? And are they different colored books? Let's see. I will see. Where are we using note at? Fine. Note is being used. Let's do whole word match case. Fine. Where do we use note at? We use note, if I scroll up here, note gets used in map parser. Okay, so I'm gonna guess note is needed. Let's go to map parser here. And map parser, we know for certain is a function that gets used. So this is important. Note is important to have. And I was going to try and do what you do. Stream verify process. Oh, I see. Well, I wish you luck then. And she said blue for everything. You know, some people just don't do colors. And history was one of my least favorite subjects too. Yeah, the thing is, with my memory, it was really hard to remember dates and names. So it was always, I loathed it. It's why also with English, dates and names and story plot, especially if I wasn't into the story or into the history, very hard. But you know, I'm no longer in school, so I don't have to even think about those times anymore. And let's see. That's just sad. Let's see. What I'll do is in our resources, well, I'll close here. We have our data, map, parser, spellcasting. I thought in here I had one. Let's see, resources. Oh, here we are. I want to put it in resources. So note shall go in resources because I think that works out better. Note is something we use in other areas. Note, you should go in resources. There you go. There you go. Okay. And I'll also as well modify that there too. So let's do note, just so we have note on the board. And key should be good. And we'll also add our folders for key and key listener. And did you go to college? Yep, I did indeed. I went to college for about 2 to 3 years, and then I dropped out. I went to it for game development. And you can see, well, you don't see, but in it, I learned C++, and I worked on Visual Studio, but I ended up dropping out because we weren't getting to using game engines as fast as I wanted to go. So let's see here. Resource there. Oh, also I dropped out because usually they teach you for jobs related to AAA games. So getting into places like Riot or Blizzard, and I didn't want to do that. I wanted to become an indie dev, and you don't need a shiny degree to become an indie dev. So that's another reason why. And I dropped out too, yeah. If it's required, there's no reason not to go to college or no reason not to get a degree. But when you're trying to as well save on some cheddar cheese, it's important to think about these things. And we had a split between language and literature. Language is always wonderful. Literature was miserable until the last 2 years when we were given the whole book alongside the final exam. I see. And thank you for the follow, Cozy Snowy. Thank you. Notifications still aren't working well, so it's not popping up, but I see it, and you gotta, there you go. You can imagine that as the sound. Thank you, and welcome in. And you're doing good here. Well, thank you. Okay, so In our resources, let's do a quick check over Note since we moved Note, and then we'll do it for our key listener and spellcasting minigame. So these are the other two. So in Note, what do we have? Very simple. Note is a node. It has a division equals number and 2 equals 50%. Got ya. Yep. So I'm gonna guess this is 1 and then half is by 2 divided by 2. Yep. Yeah. 100 divided by 1 is 1. 100 divided by 2 is 50%. And then we have spawn time and type. Makes sense to me. We're all good to go here. All right. So we can go ahead and check off Note. From there, resources is checked off again, which leaves us with key listener. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll make a new folder here and I'll call it key listener. So key and then listener, key listener. And I'll also make one and call it spell casting minigame. Spell casting, and then we'll do, I believe we do spaces for folders. So we'll do minigame. And then we'll also do, yeah, key listener are usually, interesting. I do have the underscore, but this would not be correct. How do we have it for the other ones? I believe I do spaces. Yeah. So key listener needs to have a space. Rename. So key listener gets a space here, like that. And then we can go ahead and drag and drop minigame into here. And we can also drag and drop our key listener into here. And this should hopefully make things easier. And as you can see, we're slowly getting through it. It just takes time. You just have to sit down and do it. Let's quickly check test 120 as well. I don't believe this is needed. A neat thing I found out and gotta go. No worries, Siege Runner. Thanks for stopping by. It's 10 p.m. here and I must get some sleep back. Had 7 hours of math today. Oh, I hope it was the fun math. You'll see, I do love math, but if it involves decimals and fractions, no thank you. I like simple math. Simple math where you just have to find X. I like that. 7 hours though. I don't know, but I don't know if I could do that, but I'm glad you did, and I hope you have a lovely one. I hope you have a lovely night and get good sleep, as you need good brain power for math. I can right-click this guy, and an option pops up called View Owners. And if I click View Owners, it allows me to see where this guy is being used. You can't see it, but it gives you a list, once you click View Owners, of any file that uses it. And since nothing uses this test 120, it's safe to delete it because nothing's using it, which then leaves us just with key listener and spellcasting minigame. So let's start with key listener, shall we? So I can click on this guy, open them up, and now we have this guy and this guy. So I'll go ahead, close everything else. And next thing to look up is anything on this guy here. Unsaved, we don't need you, discard. Yep. So this guy here, anything we can modify. And let's see, you don't like math? You like playing hide and seek with X? Maybe. And I prefer the number math over the shape math. Yeah, well, I mean, I do like finding, angles? That was always really fun. For example, you can choose this angle is going to be mirrored, so you know this is 90 and that's 90. That was fun. That was enjoyable. And adding angles together, I like that. Is that geometry, I think? That was fun. And I'll try to be here tomorrow for the draw together. No, thank you. And again, I hope you have rest well too. And logic math's pretty fun too. Yeah, certain maths, not all maths, because you can get really wacky in there, like vector 2. No, thank you. I don't want to do graphs. No, don't want. If we're looking at key listener, anything we can modify, that doesn't need to be a space, right? Because we're doing caps, and then everything else here is good. So that's good to go. Key listener as the seed, good to go. We have the pour range, all of those things. So now what we need to do is look through this file here, and we'll be good to go. So I'll go ahead and get some coffee, the last of my coffee. Well, I think I can get one more sip in after this one. I'll get some water too. This has got to be one of my favorite songs from Deltarune, Hammer of Justice. Oh, it's so sweet. I've got to learn on the piano, but they haven't released the piano score sheet for this yet, or at least the official one. And I've been on and off with math. Interesting. And how do you like your coffee? It depends. I try my best to not go too heavy on the sugar and cream. I do my best to go about, I'd say, 70% cream and sugar, if I can help it. And I like it in all different ways. So I like grinding it straight from the beans. I like doing the ground. And I also like doing instant coffee. Depends on how much time I have. Let me get a little bit more, because yeah, this is less sip. That's that. And now I have water and juice. I brought all the hydrated liquids. So let's save it. Let's make sure we have our backup, and then we can continue. I'll do this here. I'll do you here. There we go. Save it, commit, and push. Do all those things there. And now we just have to go through this file. Once we go through this guy, we then go through the minigame, And then that'll be, oh no, we have to do scorekeeping too. And then that'll be it for kitchen. And then lastly will be our common. And then everything will be refactored, which will be so nice to hear. So let's see. Spellcasting, we're in key listener. Spellcasting, key listener. There we are. Okay, I'm also thinking as well, scorekeeper can go into spellcasting. That does sound better. So I'll also drag that into there. Spellcasting can go into spellcasting, and then we have scorekeeper. Scorekeeping. Scorekeeping. Yeah. Okay. Some of these guys gotta be modified. So hold your horses. We have a spellcasting minigame down here. What are you? Yeah. Okay, we're not at you yet. We will get to you. So I'll close you for now. And our scorekeeper, so scorekeeping, I think we just did this. So this guy here in the audio. Yep, okay. So scorekeeping is now itself a part of spellcasting. So I'll go ahead and I'll paste that into here. And let me make this visible so you can see it as well. And hi, Mohammed. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And let's see, Calculus 2 was boring and sad, but discrete math, linear algebra, numerical analysis, how can you remember all those names? And also, if the turtle gets too smart, it'll get a hammer and armor was, oh, I see. And how's your life today? My life's going great. It's always a fun day when I get to refactor. Cleaning up code's super duper relaxing. Let's see, we no longer have the test in there. And then if we do this guy here, I think I can do tap. There we go. Okay, so scorekeeping now is added on there. So we just need key listener, note goes into resource. That's what we just moved it to. So I'll add onto resources here, and note is in there already, good to go. Okay, so looking at this guy, we need key listener, and then we need the spellcasting minigame, which does make sense. Good. Let me go ahead and hide our obsidian again. And then from there, let's take a look at that key listener GD, shall we? I can go ahead and also close our scorekeeper. Okay, so you right here. And how do you remember those names? Yes, I had no choice but to after the emotions they made me go through. Oh boy, did you saw that girl style? Don't get what you mean exactly. And let's see. So for our key listener, we have the minigame, and then we have the sprite. And it is an advanced sprite, so good to go on that part. And this is key listener. We should be here. There we are. Okay, so sprite is sprite. We have the pour range. Okay, perfect. All these guys are good to go. I meant the pixel art. No, I haven't heard of it before. Let's see. Var, pour, okay, perfect. Out of range, good to go. All these guys make sense. We have regular scale, large scale. Do we use these guys? We use them 3 times. We also use this one 2 times. So good, should be good to go. I think they might be referring to the artwork. Oh, I see. I thought you meant like maybe a pixel art event or something. I haven't had a check to look at the, what is it? The quick shears in his file, but yeah, I do check that from time to time. Yeah. Let's see. You'll know if I've seen it, if I react to it. I do like scrolling through there. Thanks for sharing, blah, blah. Thank you for sharing it as well. It's always really nice to see people share their art. So yeah, certainly. When I do get around to looking at everything, you'll know. I try my best to make comments on it too, because it's always really nice to see people doing things. So let's see. And take a look when you're free. Yep, I certainly will. So let's see. Our larger scale, what are we doing for here? This is where the scale size gets bigger and larger. This makes sense. We also have on here regular scale, vector 2. What is regular scale? The current sprite scale. So depending on what the sprite scale is, because this scale will change. Right now it's 1 though. Thank you, of course. Thank you, like I said, just sending it. So regular scale, we won't do that anymore. Instead, we'll make this vector 2. So what I can do is I can do vector 2, and then you can do dot, and then you can do 1. And it'll make it 1, 1. Just super duper neat if you need certain things, which is nice. There's also vector 2 when you have like up or down. So if there's a certain one you need, you can see there's different guys you can go for. But in our case, we want it 1 since it's going to be scale of 1, 1. We'll keep it at the 1, and then the large scale is just 1.5. If anything, we could just do a large scale as either vector 2, or we could also do a multiplier. I think I like that a little bit better. So we'll go here, we'll rename it, and where do we use this guy at? Yep, so sprite scale is instead going to be time equal, and it's going to be large scale, or scale multiplier. How about that? Scale, and then we have multiplier, scale multiplier, like that. Then from there, we'll go ahead and copy this guy, like that. And then, let's see. Instead of large scale, we have a var, we have a scale multiplier. It's going to be a float, and then we're going to do 1.5, like that, because that's what this is. And then we just make it 1.5 bigger, and that should be good to go, since it'll multiply it by what it is. From there, let's see. I believe you can multiply floats and vectors. It should be good to go. Times equals, yeah, that sounds about right. And then from there, we have holding shift and hiding button. Where do we use holding shift at? In one spot. Do we ever use holding shift? Let's hold down space, control shift F. Fine, in our whole guy here. I don't know if holding shift's ever used. Key listener, if it's going to be used, it's going to be used in the spellcasting minigame. So we'll pull up the spellcasting minigame GD here. And that's the screen. Hold on. We need the spellcasting minigame that is right here that I can look at. Wonderful. Hold on. Minigame name menu on you here. Interesting. Oh, this is common. Never mind. Hold on. We need to be in kitchen and spellcasting. Spellcasting mini. Are there 2 spellcasting minigames? Oh, this is old code. Look, we have spellcasting minigame screen here. And what's this here? Yeah, look at that. That's how the game used to look, where you had to select the flavors and the products before you could put them on the board, which is really cute to see. Oh, it's lovely. Okay, we need to delete it, but it's lovely still. So I'll go into our common, just so we don't get confused, and I'll go into our spellcasting, let's see, screen, here, spellcasting, and it was a spellcasting screen here. Because I don't believe this, well, that one gets used, but there's another one. Spellcasting minigame screen. You here. Yeah, copy. Let's see, spell minigame. Is that what we're called? Spell minigame? Yeah, it was this guy here. We can go ahead and delete this guy because we don't use him anywhere. It's old code, which is nice. The hope was that I could go through this and delete old code because I feel like that's 70% of what I have to do. It's just delete old stuff. And will the scale only be multiplied once? I may not have had a bug myself or something grew quite large. It was pretty funny. Hold on, we can try. We can see if it does work that way. And let's see, save and continue. Oh, no, don't save that guy there. Yep, and save that guy here. And that guy, not a thing, so discard that guy. So now we should only have one spell casting screen. Go back to the key listener here, go back to you here. Okay, let's give it a go and see. I click on play here. And looking at all these guys, we can go to Godot here. Double click on you, click on you, like so. And if we go ahead and see about making calibration, click you here, space, 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 space. I also think possibly we can also make this guy react to the spaces. That would be nice too. Then again, it's also the thing of let me reset the calibration just so it turns to 0. If we go into here, just double checking, right? Let's see. H, E, space, B, Y. Yep, it seems the scale's good to go. Though, it does, the size is right. You can see it. Yeah, that's good to go. Lovely. Yeah, the times equal does work. The sprite scale, and then you multiply and equal it to the scale multiplier. That's good to know that floats work with vectors. That's really nice to hear. So let's see. From here, we have pour, float, and regular scale. So we did that. Now, this holding shift, we were supposed to be checking our spellcasting minigame. So let's go back to our spellcasting minigame, and in this file here, what we're going to do is do holding shift. Any guy in here? No. There's no guy in here, which means I can make a reason that this guy is dead code. Let's check the other one. You control shift F. Fine. Holding shift gets used in the key listener. So if I do control F here, you can see this guy does get used. So what we'll do here is we just have to remove this guy, since this guy is useful code. And just to double check, make sure everything's working, we play it and we do it again. So let's see. We have here, go back into here, and, yep. Okay, and W-E-E-T, okay. I think we are good to go. Also, this is all lowercase. Restart, exit, start again. Okay, we're good. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure there's some in there that are lowercase, because the holding shift, I'm guessing, is from when I couldn't figure out how to tell lowercase apart from uppercase. That's my guess on where that code came from. Okay, so now that we're down here, we're now to our ready. So we set the score by offset. Usually, how I have it set up is I first do the utilities and I link them, and then I do this here. And so set score by offset, I'm going to guess all of this is required code because it is already functioning that way. And then we set the icon, the UI, to the default. Makes sense too. We make sure we do the enters for this guy here because we're trying to keep it similar. And then our input event, if the minigame, so if there's no minigame, don't do anything. If the minigame's disabled, don't do anything. if it is shift, so if you're using shift or you're using escape, then don't do anything. Otherwise, if the button is pressed and if you're holding the button, return true. Yep, all this seems good to go. So if something we can do is, well, this is an elif, it's not an else. So I think it's fine to do elif here. Usually I like leaving the shorter one at the top, but I don't know if that's really neater here. And figure out why this works. Oh yes, Unicode. And hi Mordor, welcome to stream, welcome in. Hi, happy spooky month. Nice ghost art, thank you, Antigone, and I am Batman. And I did read that too, good. Okay, now, I'm curious to see, and I know you're here, Frost. You have experience with Unicode, right? I think, possibly. I'll give you a second if you're still here to answer that way, because I can send this to you. I'll delete this found and find out why this works. I think you might have more experience. Let's see. I am Batman. Let me go. Some more. You here? Easy. Okay. And then I need some water, and then we continue. Hi, Frost. Okay. In that case, I will copy this over to you because I found code that worked, but I could never figure out why. And I don't know how to use Unicode. If you have experience with Unicode, I can send you this here. And if you wouldn't mind trying to see why it works the way it does, that'd be super handy. And that was my deep voice. And hi, Nita. Welcome to stream. That's as deep as I could go. I am Batman. But he's got like a gritty voice. So it's like, I'm Batman. Something like that. Oh boy. Sure. Got you. In that case, I'll send it over your way then. Thank you for taking a look at it. I'll send that there, and then I can go ahead and get rid of this, since that will be helped. So I can go ahead and remove that there. She did it. What? Oh, is that close? It's got like a rough, gritty voice. It's different, and yes, last one's great. Ah, good. Lovely. So we have here our player input time, all of these guys here. Filters most control characters. Yeah, this is code I didn't touch. I just grabbed it. But if I can figure out how this works, that'd be good, because I never like looking up how to solve a solution, finding code online, and just copying and pasting it. I do my best where I can to understand the code. This is a scenario where I have no idea what I'm looking at, and I don't even know where to start. I am Mohammed. And I was serious, I never expected you to pull off Batman. I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out and the Batman voice brought me back. Welcome back to Earth. Let's see. Save that guy here. I believe this function is good to go because we have all this stuff. If else, yep. This is the funny stuff I don't understand, so we'll keep it as it is. Seriously, I'm not trying to guess you up, I'm being honest. Really? I'll take it. And there I thought I butchered it. Thank you. Let's see. We have utility player press. Yep, that seems to be good to go. We also have our get score guy. I'm fine keeping it as it is. This guy already makes sense because we're checking if you, and we're checking different positions. So for example here, if it is less, then we return, and we just do a lot of returns instead of if else. And then from here we have that. Let's good to go, I'd say. And the last one is even great. Thank you, Taika. Let's see. Click on enter here, calibrate user input. Now, this guy only gets used here. Do we ever use it in this function here? We use the connect, so we do use this function here. It's worse, not once I've been trying to guess you. It's very hard to take compliments, I can agree to that. But I've been trying to get better at taking them. I actually mean the things I say, you're just doing things well. Oh boy, I do appreciate it. And let's see. Thank you for that one, Nina. Thanks. Oh boy, just there we go. Let me get some more juice. Okay. And thanks for clipping it. So let's see here. If key listener not equal to self, we do all of these guys. This guy is a function that gets used, so we're good to go. This guy should be good. So saying that, key listener, good. And did saw the glue up idea? What do you mean by the glue idea? Let me go ahead and close this guy as well, that guy too. And then should I add it to the Discord, or do you want the honor? Let's So let's see. It'd be fun if I could create like a command. 2D glow? I do have a little bit more of a luminescent glow to me because of this spooky month here. If I do this, does it make it easier to see? There's a little bit of a glow, a little bit more of a glow than usual. Let me go back into, let's see, const here, programming. Here we are. I see. No, I haven't seen any of the art, Mohammed, yet. This week's been super duper busy for me, so I haven't been able to check into Discord as much as I'd like to. I usually check everything every Monday, so I'll get to it soon, but I also try to do it as soon as possible because then it doesn't have a lot of big backlog. That way, it's a thing of I can glance at some art here and there, spending like an hour. But again, I really do enjoy the fact that people send their art in the first place. And no art, not art? Oh, I don't know then. I usually try my best to look through all the projects. So let's see. Let me go back into and I love the glowing stars. They're such a joy. Thank you. And is there a spot for clubs? If you wouldn't mind adding Frost. And is game suggestion. Oh, let's see. Game suggestion? Do you mean a game to do? I can grab that guy. No, I don't get what you mean. And let's see. Saying that, let me go ahead and open up Obsidian again here. Let me do you here, Obsidian, and game development suggestions. Oh, I see. Nope, haven't. And hi, Lat. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. And after reviewing the clip, yours is indeed Batman. Thanks. The secret ending revealed live. Oh no. You never seen me and Batman in the same place, have ya? Let's see here. Okay, listener, done. All that we're missing now is the spellcasting minigame. And then after that, I believe we can call spellcasting complete. We have about 40-ish minutes left, so I'll go ahead and run the ads now. That way, if we don't, or we don't get any distractions after this guy, since we're starting something new, it's better to do them, that way we don't get interrupted. So I'll go ahead and hide this guy here. And then, we're getting close to the end, which I'm really happy to hear. Hi, Q, so welcome to the stream. Hello, computer. What do you mean? I'm no computer. I'm no boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. No, not me, not at all. Let me go ahead and close you here, and then grab our spellcasting GD there. Right, and then we have this guy here, so you will be modified after we're done with the ads. So let me go ahead and have them do their thing right there. Okay, and let's see, the Living Discussion channel, and nope, have not seen it yet, and we are all a computer. We are all zeros and ones in the heart. So let's see, let's get some stretches in. We have first, going to the right. And IDK, sounds like you malfunctioned for a bit. No, that's not true. Good left, or no, this is right. Right, and then you wanna go left, and then you wanna go backwards. Make sure don't break anything, that's very important. Backwards, go a little bit forward, and then we can do the next. We can go to the right, and then we can go a little bit to the left. And then while you're left, you can also go left and then down. That's a pretty good stretch. You can also go right and then down. Another pretty good stretch. And then from there, you can also go down in the front. You can also go down in the back. And then from there, there's the lefts, which I like saving for last because I like my lefts and rights. This is my favorite. I'm not computer. I am Muhammad. No, Batman. Let's see. Left there. Oh, no, this is right. Left, right. Yeah. Right. Left, right, left. I feel all stretched out, which is good to hear it. Thank you, Nito. Thank you for the subscription and the resubscription. It's weird. Now the sub works, but not the follow. I'll certainly check into it when I can in great control. Thank you. And again, Nito, thank you for the subscription. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Okay. Let me get some water, and I think then... No, I definitely can't drink water for a minute straight. Not a thing at all. Water time, though. Let's see. Yeah, it was more like 20 seconds. We're all good to go. Okay, so... I shouldn't have said anything.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
I'm so glad that has a cooldown. Oh boy, I'm not about to be drowned again. Alright, more water. Thank you for the redemption. Alright, there. Satisfied. Oh boy. Okay, I think we're good now. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I'm looking at all these guys and I'm thinking to myself, I think there's a little bit more of Cafe I'll have to go back to. But aside from that, once we finish this guy here, so the mini game, then last but not least will be Common. Common has a lot to do. Truth be told though, I might be able to finish this today and tomorrow. I'm gonna try really hard to, because then we can get into ghost brainstorming. However, I'm thinking there's gotta be a stream for brainstorming and then a stream for coding. But we could probably do both at the same time, possibly. We'll see. We'll see, I say, we'll see. My name is based on a true story. Oh boy. Good night, Mohammed. Rest well, rest well. And Cat Sound Keyboard is a great name. Oh boy. And let's see. I'm guessing you know Cat Sound on keyboard. And you're not going to believe me if I told you. And welcome all back from the ad break. Welcome in. Shall we continue to say? So if I go ahead and click on this guy, save him here. Let's go ahead and close you. Last but not least, we were checking out the spell casting minigame. And once that's done, once that is done, we just have comment though. Given the time was about 15-ish minutes left, my guess is going to be this will be the last thing we'll do, but we'll see. We shall see. So if I go back down here, let's double check on the naming, spellcasting minigame, spellcasting. Oh, would you look at that? That guy needs to be renamed. It needs to have the underscore. So let's go ahead and make sure that is done. Like that. All done. And up here also needs to be no space. Okay, let's see. Song position label. Let's see. You were here. This was a thing before. I don't think it's needed anymore, so I'll go ahead and delete it. Let's delete you. Song position. Control F. Song position. Yeah, song position label. We'll remove you. There we are. That was more so test, but if I need it, I can always just. Oh, this is a lot. Never mind. Look how long this. What have I done? What have I done? Why is there so much? When? Huh? What? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be done in 15 minutes. I'll be honest here. And wow, way to spoil the ending, Miss Ezra. Yeah, he's gonna have a little bit of comprehension knowledge. Oh boy. A good thing you put a cooldown on hydrate. I was ready to spend. Yeah. There was one stream where people did it back to back. I don't know if you were there for it, but they tried to drown me. It was not pleasant. I'm not a fish. So let's see. Key list. Is this a thing that is getting used? Control Shift F. Let's see. Key. Oh, not Control Shift F. Anywhere we're using it, you can see there's no percentage, right? So this is also dead on there. So I can go ahead and delete that guy there. Last, we have control. We have key listener. That guy is certainly getting used. I can also go ahead and remove this guy here because we don't want spaces. So just remove that there like that. And oh boy, the water was for Bobby. Bobby doesn't have a redeem on water. That's a good idea. And let's see, I did read that too. Oh boy, and I just read that. Yep, it makes sense you have that many points. I once saw your name in a VOD from like a year ago. It is wild. Oh, I do at some point, and I gotta remember to do this for tomorrow. I want to make a redeem that's super duper expensive, but that allows you to choose an object to do a study on. So, you know, hypothetically speaking, if, for example, you wanted me to draw bananas, then you would redeem it, and a stream would have to, it wouldn't be focused around bananas, but it would have to include bananas. Something like that. Though, it's going to be super duper expensive, as I said, because I know someone's going to do it. So, heads up. You're the money. I'm thinking like probably 500K, possibly. We'll see. That's where I'm thinking at the moment. Probably 200 though. I feel like 500 is a little bit mean. But we'll see. Saying that though, let's see. We have next up on our spellcasting minigame our music player and our keyboard click. I can go ahead and, well, April's almost a year ago in my book, a wink. Let's see. I'll go ahead and remove the space from, oh, that's not the space for music player. MUSIC. Yeah, music player. And then we also have keyboard click. So I'll remove that there too. And bananas give me infinite patience. See? That's exactly why it would have to be very expensive. I know who I'm dealing with. Let's see. Music player here. Remove you here. Oh, hold on. Key list. Keynote children. Where are we using at? Spawn key. Yeah. Okay. I found out where key list lives. So we add back key list. We add node there. We will once again call it key list. So key list, there you go, because you are a thing. And I take it back. You're just a little node guy, and you need to be referenced. There you are, key list. I'm wondering, why are we using you though? I'm guessing because it goes underneath here. I do like that idea of it organized here, though the spellcasting minigame's also not big, so you really don't need key list, but I'm okay to keep it. Key list adds organization, so we can keep it. Otherwise, it would add it as the child of spellcasting minigame. I like key list better. And on 100 redeem award should be a variable named after you. The thing is, that would confuse me, especially if I'm going like, what is it? 3 months afterwards and I see a variable named after someone. That's the point, no! Why do you think I'm refactoring today, huh? Because half the stuff I don't remember doing. You're just adding more confusion, head twisters. I've seen some where they have comments. I could do comments. Comments feel like they, well, no, comments would confuse me too. Comments, I can see someone saying like, this doesn't work. And then 5 months later, I see this comment and I'm thinking to myself, why doesn't keyboard click work? No, I definitely don't want to do that either. Oh boy, I would just be so confused for so long. If anything, I would have to say like a redeem, and then that way I know that would be the only thing I'd be able to do. So let's see. We have on here our key scene, which is good to go. We have on here disabled. We then have key listener, key list, music player, and keyboard click. Why do we have disabled? Is disabled used anywhere? Let's see. Disabled bool, we use it here. Where do we use spellcasting minigame at? Is disabled something that is required? Let me check in our calibration, because that's the only place I think it would be at. Calibration screen. And I write the most random things in my comments. I used to write comments for everything. Now I try my best to do as little as possible. And I forget what I wrote them. I forget I wrote them and laugh. That is a nice way to think of it. And it's so funny here seeing errors swap back and forth between college student, junior, engineer, or code. Oh boy. And we could call comments unicorns at work because you never see. That's pretty good. And but all college students, it's just code she wrote a year ago. Oh boy. It's just evolution of code. It's fun. Let's see. I want to see about disable. So if I do, let's see, calibration screen. Fine. Okay. So I don't know if this bool disabled is used anywhere. So I'm just gonna comment. Oh, hold on. Before I comment it out, right? Make sure backup is done. So I'm gonna make sure you are backup. Yep. Okay. We do commit and then we push and then we sync. Okay. And then from there, I want to do this like that. Save it. And then go into play here. And does it impact the code? Oh, hold on. If minigame is disabled, do that too. Okay, now click on play. And let's see. And I'd say that new programmers should comment aggressively. Junior engineers should calm down with the comments. Oh, you know, that makes sense. And then senior engineers should comment aggressively. It's the bell curve. That's funny. I could see that, certainly. My professor had to tell me to wind down on the comments since I comment everything. So let's see here. Calibration. Okay, so if we go into you here, just clicking random buttons, then clicking start, space, space, space. That seems to be functional. We'll go back to main menu here, go back into you here, we'll go you here. Everything's good to go. Go here. Let's do the spell. And are we good to go? Because I think disabled might be old code. EWARE. Yep, okay. So disabled is not needed. I can just go ahead and delete that there, like that. And I can also delete the disabled up here. I thought it was up, oh, key listener. Why are we in key listener? Hold on. If minigame does disabled. Oh, okay, never mind then. We should be fine. If minigame equal null, oh, I get why. I kind of think so. If minigame equals null, yeah, I think it's fine though. Spellcasting minigame, this is good to go. There we are. And then disabled, where we at with you? Disabled, disabled. I should have looked for disabled. I don't know where it is now. Control F, disable. Okay, that should be fine. And let's see. And everyone should include comments answering the question to why instead of what. Yeah, that's what I did. I always said this is a variable for this instead of why it's here. Yeah. And let's see, juniors put useless comments that they've already made self-explanatory. Yep. And in my previous company, the thing that saved us the greatest amount of headaches was making a style guide. Yep, style guides are fun. And that rejects pushes if they don't match. Oh, that's pretty strict. Let's see. Scroll back up here, and we have you here. Okay, so this is good to go. These are all I needed. And latency will be updated after each try of test. When test is complete, the results will be averaged. Yeah, this is a what, but it's also a why. I have calibration samples on here because I get an array of floats, and then it gets averaged, and then it gets removed. That's why, that one makes sense. It lets me know why that's there. So let's see. Minute, that is float here. And then we have const for starting key float. That's good to go. And then we have X limit. Now, what is X limit? I'm going to guess it's the position of the key limit. If we click find here, you can see X limit does get used. X limit is self-explanatory enough that I won't modify it. We have current spell, which makes sense. If I also do this, you can see it gets used 1 of 9 times. And all my scripts have a comment saying, if you think my code is bad, just wait. I can do much worse. That's one way to, that's a spirit there. And it might be strict errors, but it's a necessary evil. Oh yeah, especially when you're in a big team. Everyone needs to be on the same page. I wholeheartedly understand it. And debugging code that shows the juniors you're clearly fighting their demons. Fighting error. Let's see here. We have keys, we have notes, and that was the note I was talking about before. So notes, we have note spawn time. We use that, an array of float. We have in-game, yep. We have spell string, that gets used. Music volume, that gets used. Muted music, that gets used. Music restarted. Song position, next beat time, that gets used. Closest beat, you, we have you. Required samples. Now you, if calibration size is less than required samples, nope, this makes sense. We also have calibrating here. We have travel time, that there. So all the variables are useful, which is good. Next up, we have a lot of utility guys here that go into these, so this should be good. And then we have X limit equals, and the key listener global position and key listener out of range. That makes sense too. So far, so good, but you can see we're at the very top and we have... Oh boy. Okay, you know what? I'm glad I'll be taking a break soon because I do my best to make functions or scripts small, but I'm not looking forward to whatever this is. Why did I think that was a good idea? That's so much! Well, let me get some water. And the tool we use at work also allows the use of emojis as variables. Oh, that's so fun! Felt that avoid my soul. Oh man. Let me get some water. Thank you, Midnight Peach, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. The sound and animation not working, but you can imagine. There you are. The sound and fireworks. There you go. Thank you. Welcome in. And let's see here. I like to hit the arrow key on each function that's not relevant to my refactor, so I can reduce mental load. Oh, you know what? That's a smart idea. I could just you know what? Smart. I see what you're doing. I never use this little arrow guy. I should do it more. There's also things you can make like called regions, which are super duper neat. Yeah, look at that. Look at the files. It got so much smaller. This is maintainable. It's like collapsing folders for this guy. Thank you. Oh, Frost, look at it now. Oh, it's so much nicer. I don't have to look at everything. Thank you. Because, oh man, I was looking at it thinking to myself, okay. All right, let me get some water and then we'll see if we can do 1 or 2 functions and then we can call it a day. Collapse them to make them out of sight, out of mind. That is what I do already for, what is it, this here. I collapse everything and then I go through each folder. But I forgot you could do it here too. That's super duper handy because it's a thing of the kitchen, 1 folder, now more folders. And if I expanded all of these and they were visible at all times, it's super duper overwhelming. So collapsing the folders is super duper handy because there's so many things that go on here. And yeah, oh boy. And I collapse them to hide the shame. Oh boy. And is there a way to collapse a long list of variables? I believe it's a thing called region. Hashtag, hold on. Region, Godot 4. I know what it is. I just don't remember. Region, code region, Godot 4. What you do is do hashtag, and then you do region, and then, is it that? No. hashtag REGION, and then var, and then you do down here, and you would do hashtag REGION, and you would do end, or you would do end REGION, end region. And then if you go back up here, like that. So yeah, region is a thing, and you can region anything you want. I knew this, but I forgot about this, funny enough. But yeah, region. That way, all of those guys can also get collapsed if you need them. Let's see. So I'll go ahead and remove that too. Okay, so seeing all of that, I might need to do some regions to make this smaller. And let's see. Whenever you're thinking of how your game works, try to draw out the best possible mind map. Yep, how the code works and what functions with which from memory. Oh boy, that's a strat I like to use for refactoring. That does make sense, and 4 hours did go by fast, didn't it? And let's see. And that's helpful? I'm glad to hear it. And the comfort of seeing your own organization will make you justify any amount of silliness? Yeah, organization's so nice. Okay, so saying that, let's tackle a few of these. If we go down here, let's start off with physics process. What is going on in this guy here? It's so long. Now, another thing is, usually functions should be small because you should have functions in functions. A function should only do one thing. So the fact that this function is really long is a little bit concerning. In 4 hours, I was supposed to be doing laundry. You can multitask, you know. Laundry can certainly also not wait. You know, it's important to do your laundry. To start off, I'm gonna remove the comments. We don't need comments anymore, or at least the test comments. From there, we have if calibrating a map parser. If map parser and current map not equal to null, and if song position greater than or equal to next beat time, then we do on beat triggered. So this is a function. Let's start off with this function, I suppose. So we'll go to on beat triggered here, and we have next beat time, and then minute, which is 60. 60 float, and we do the current BPM. So this is passing a beat, and we emit a beat. So I'll do that there. I don't think it's quite self-explanatory, but I'll say sends, double hashtag too, right? Sends signal, sends single, sends SIG, sends signal each time, beat happens. I could also possibly do like beat function beat or something like that, but I think this is fine. On beat triggered. I think that is self-explanatory. On beat triggered, send signal each time beat happens, which is, yeah, or beat passes. How about that? To make it a little bit easier to understand. I think that works out. So that's that guy there. We go back up to here. So if calibrating and map parser is not equal to null, so what we can say is an if music restarted. So for this guy here, if map parser not equal to null, if map parser dot current map, see, and then we can say equal null, then we shouldn't do anything. I think return is fine. If we don't have a current map, don't need to do it. If we're calibrating, then we can do that there. So that should take care of some of that. It's gonna be longer, but it should hopefully also be simpler. And then we can go ahead and modify these guys because I think, yeah, some of these guys can be broken down into functions. For example, it deletes keys out of range. That could be delete key in range. That could be a function. That way it makes it shorter. Because while this is a really long script, the hope is that the functions themselves are very short. And well, it's already 5, isn't it? Crazy, right? I want to do a little bit more, so I'm gonna push it a little bit past 5, but it's wild how 4 hours goes, isn't it? And time flies when you're having fun, eh? I mean, as long as we're not bug fixing, I am more than happy to keep refactoring. I'm having a lot of fun, but I also know breaks are important. Sitting down for 4 hours is not good for your health. It doesn't, you know, you need to move around a little bit here and there. And you're a blast to watch. Thank you, you know, that's very sweet. I'm happy to hear it. I'm glad you can have fun while we have fun and we can have fun together. So let's see. If calibrating, then we do this here. So what we can say is if song position, and then we do that there. So I'm thinking if calibrating, like that, and then if song position greater than next beat, I think that works it a little bit better. And let's see, next beat time. Oh yeah, like that. What do you think? Do you prefer this, or do you prefer this? There's two options here. They're the same exact thing, but I think the bottom one looks clearer. And hi Rudy, welcome to the stream. And what happened to your profile picture? It is currently ghost. You're just spooky because it's spooky out there. Gotta get in the spirit. Little like wink wink, nudge nudge. And little hair bun thingy's a little ghost too. Yep, little glowy star guys. I'm thinking this guy though, cause let's see, yeah. If song position is greater than next beat time, then we do on beat trigger. And do you have a spoopy model? Unfortunately not. I am not a modeler, but I hope to get some more spooky art. At the moment, I usually try any event that happens to make or to commission some art. Since I don't have an idea on what I want to do, now you get this art, little spoopy art, and also for the profile picture. That's where that came from, a little ghost version of me. Let me go ahead and close on that guy there. And speaking of time, I think the GMT time in your stream schedule might be wrong. It should probably be 5 p.m. instead of 6. I can certainly check on that. Thank you for pointing it out. It's an automatic thing, but it could also be something I entered in incorrectly, but I'll certainly check in. Cute, thank you. So let's see here. I'm thinking this guy here. So first we have you here, and then if calibrating, we have the X limit, so we set the X limit. And then if music has been restarted, let's see. If music has been restarted, add remaining notes map. If spell is still larger than note, add until notes are full. So let's see. If music restarted, I'm thinking we just grab this here on music restarted. I think that's a good function. So instead we'll do on music, and then we'll do restarted. Like that, there. If music restarted, hold on, this is a bool too. Does that make sense for it to read something like this? If music restarted, reset or refresh notes, I think that might be better. Refresh notes. On music, if music restarted, refresh notes. I think that reads better. If music restarted, refresh the notes. Because we're adding notes if we need to, we're doing anything we need to. So I think refresh notes works out a little bit better. We'll go below this function, so about here, update song position. Oh, hold on, close you. Oh, did it open up everything else? We just want to close you here. And then we'll go down here, do function, and then we'll do reset or refresh, R-E-F-R-E-S-H, refresh notes. Like that. We'll make it a void like that. And then I'll go ahead and I'll paste this guy here. And that should be, oh, also, if you want to move all these guys over to the left, what you can do is do shift tab, and it lets you. You can also do tab, and that goes over, and if you want to do the left, it is shift tab, which is pretty handy dandy. So I can save that guy there, and then from there, we can go back up. So if music restarted, refresh notes. And now, we can modify that there. So we have a lot of note if states, which I think is better. It's not nicer. I keep learning from you. I'm glad to hear. The thing is like, sometimes it's common knowledge for some people. Sometimes it's new knowledge. So if I can remember, I try to state things, even if it might be super duper obvious. Because sometimes, and there's so many things where I didn't think. Another one, if you haven't heard of it, Nito, is that if you hold down Alt as you're clicking, it selects multi. Isn't that neat? Now that's something new I learned, I think, the past few months. And I've been programming for like 7 years, so you know, it's a surprise for me. Yeah, it's super duper neat. So let's see here. Refresh notes. And Alt arrow keys allows you to slide rows. Hold on. Okay. Let me paste this here, and then we'll try it. Let's see. So I click Alt and then arrow key. Alt arrow key. And maybe I'm not doing it right. Hold on. Alt arrow key. Alt arrow key. Where are we going? 64? And it goes up here. I don't get this one, but it's definitely doing something. I just don't know what. It slides rows. Yeah. Interesting. Hold on. If I do this here, Alt arrow key? No. It's doing something. Just interesting. And works differently for me. I see. You're onto something though. It's doing something. I just don't know what the thing is yet. So we'll do this last function and then we'll call it a day. So let's see. How can we make this make sense? Let's see. Do that there. You here. And then that there. That separates it a little bit. Makes it a little bit easier to see. So refresh notes. If music has been restarted, add remaining notes. Modify that a little bit and hydrate.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
We shall hydrate then before we dehydrate. Get some water. Alrighty, one water bottle down. I've got one more. Okay, so let's see. refresh notes. So what we do is we note number to add. First, get the remaining notes and up down arrows. I think he used left right. Oh, I see. Hold on. Alt up. Oh yeah, yeah. I've heard of this one. I completely forgot. Thank you for reminding me, because that's handy too. A lot of the times I'll do like this, and then I'll do this, and then I'll do that. When all I could do is just do that, and then that's so handy. I know if I can remember it. But thank you. Yeah, I use left and right. Apparently left and right does something different, which is interesting. But yeah, up and down, and you hold down Alt, it swaps them, or it moves it up and down. That's super duper neat. Thank you for that one. So let's see. We first get the remaining notes. Then we say if the spell string length is greater than or equal to the map note size, then we go ahead and note numbers to add, and we add this here. So if current notes, well, if the spell is still larger, add notes until full. If music, yeah, add remaining notes to map. So get notes to add to map. And then from there, we add notes until it fills up map. There we are. Get note amount to add. Get note amount to add. I think that works out a little bit better. And then we have for index and note numbers to add. I think this can also be changed. So we have, let's see, does note numbers to add sound quite right? I think it could be note amount. Might be good, might be better. So note amount. There we are. And if I copy this guy, it might sound a little bit better than note number to add. So something like this instead. And then we take the song position equal to 0, and then we append the note, and we music restart equal false. And then we just do that for the looping, for index and note amount. Yep, that does make sense. And then from there, I think we can just modify this guy. So if music has restarted, add remaining notes to map. Yeah, okay. So, check if spell needs to, or rather, adds additional ADITIONAL, adds additional notes depending on remaining spell length. There we are. I think that works out a little better. And hi, Beatus. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I think this works out better. Something like this. Make it double hashtag, and then adds additional notes depending on remaining spell length. I think that sums up what's going on here just about. And then if we go back up here, you can see if music restarted, we refresh notes. I think that is self-explanatory. And now we would just have to go through this guy here. But as I said before, I think we're good to call it a day for now, and I can keep working on this. Now, I said to myself, I think I can do this between today and tomorrow. Looking at how big this guy is, this singular guy, I take it back. We are probably still going to be refactoring on Sunday, but I will certainly have gotten some work done. As I said before, going forward, I'm going to at least, and I said 30 minutes, I think I'm gonna keep it to an hour. So I'll be refactoring, spending an hour a day refactoring. So this doesn't even count towards today. I'm also going to do another at least an hour after stream, and then an hour tomorrow, and so on and so forth, until it gets refactored, because I've been putting it on the back end, but I really shouldn't have. That's why I wasn't able to finish it during September, but I want to finish it for October. So fingers crossed, we will be able to, by the end of the month, talk about ghost and spooky stuff. So let me go into, let's see, I need to go into chatting, planning, let's go into this guy here. Okay, so all of that said, thank you all for coming. Now, if you're on Twitch's side of things, consider sticking around. We'll see if we can find another Godot game dev to raid. It's also super duper fun to raid, especially since one time when I raided, I found a game dev who was able to help me figure out how to solve a problem, and had he not helped me, and let me see if I can do this, slash shout out and add on right. There we go. There he is. Had he not helped me, I don't think the game would be able to be created. I'll be honest, I might have had to abandon the project, but I was able to get help from him. So it's just giving him a look, because he's also making a rhythm game, and rhythm games are difficult. I will certainly say that. But again, stick around if you want to participate in the raid. It'll be it for the end on YouTube things. We'll be doing the same exact thing, same time on Sunday, and tomorrow we'll be doing, You know what? Hold on. Let me say that. And thank you for yet another cozy stream. Thank you all. Let me do this just so we're all on the same page for those of you who don't know what we'll be doing tomorrow. Let me do that. ArisIsra.com. And let me bring you into this guy here. What we will be doing tomorrow is an event I like to host once a month at the start of every month. It is called Draw Together. And the idea behind it is that every 20 minutes, a theme is chosen from all of your ideas. So I ask for your ideas on themes, we put it all on a spinner board, and the spinner board picks a random theme. And every 20 minutes, the theme changes. And you don't have to do the theme if you don't wanna. The theme's there just for fun. So it's the idea of just drawing for the fun of it. Every 20 minutes, it changes up. You can see these are previous ones done. And tomorrow it will be Halloween themed. So all of you taking Halloween themed based ideas. So if you'd like to do some spooky drawings for Spooky Month, consider coming tomorrow, as we'll all be drawing on this big board, and it'll be hopefully a lot of fun. And you have to make an account. You should. It's like I said, a lot of fun. I do enjoy it. That's what we'll be doing tomorrow. So no study. I usually once a week do pixel art studies. However, once a month we swap it out for fun because it's good to play and study. And where can I make fun? It is on Magma. I think I can just Magma. There we go. Copy you, paste you there. You will certainly, I believe, need an account. That's the website that it will be on if you'd like to join. Saying that though, let me go ahead and close this guy here. Now let me bring you back into just chatting. There we are. Good. Saying that, tomorrow will be the Draw Together, and then Sunday will be more refactoring, and hopefully the last of refactoring before we add Goose to the game. I'm so excited to be done refactoring. I like it, but ooh. And hi, 7-Bit Ranger. Welcome to stream. Oh, hey, looks like I sat through an entire stream. It was fun lurking here. Lovely to hear. And thank you for lurking. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. I'm going to go to the end screen and then come back if you're on the Twitch side of things. Saying that, though, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I hope to see you all tomorrow, if not, sooner. Alright, bye-bye.